Go line. And I get that out of the way. Oh, and then I can see. Oh, thank you. Hello, everyone. How are we doing? I don't know. Let's see. How are we doing, everyone? And let's check I've got this on the right setting. I have. I haven't got it off. You see, the thing is, I was doing another video earlier, and I decided to leave it in because I thought it would make you all laugh. But it wasn't supposed to be like this earlier. It really wasn't. It's supposed to be like this. Or tends to be like this. Right then, because this color, this filter I find tends to display books better, so I leave it in this one. Let's see. Hello everyone, how are we all doing? So tonight's is a long one, I have to admit that. There are a lot of slides. There are 36 slides in this presentation. So, hello everyone. Hello John Shea, hello Sean V, hello Bijan, hello Alan Zaski, hello Peter Dawson, hello Rick Vasava, hello Jess P, hello Vice Admiral Nelson. Thank you for being here, sir. Hello Rick Vasava, DH89, hello Timmy Locker, hello John South, hello 35 Benvids, hello Roland Cash, hello Graham Harlander, hello Seneca Nero, Calvin Gasberg, hello Captain Seaforth. Hello everyone, and hello. Oh, Lane Borean, hello. Hello DG40. Hello Eric C8. Hello, I don't think I've seen you before. Hello Admiral Tiberius, and hello Colin Cameron. Hello everyone. Right. Good luck with your job interview, Eric Kaufman. Good luck. John South, just about to open a bottle of port. That's probably good. I'm just about to open a bottle of Iron Brew. If I can find one. I know I have one stored around here somewhere. For this occasion. If I'm out of Iron Brew, there will be a complaint filed with someone. Especially as I won't have realised I was out of Iron Brew. Oh, thank the Lord heaven above. Oh, thank God. I knew I'd left the bottle somewhere just for tonight. Before anyone gets worried, paychecks don't come in till tomorrow, so there'll be an order of more Iron Brew tomorrow. So there will be some for Sunday. Hello to Toronto. Hello Tanya Finnicker. Hello Evan Hund. Hello Phil Williams. I haven't seen you in a while. Hello Richard. And hello Dope Squad. And Aviator Enterprise. Hello. Nice to catch you midweek live. It is nice for you to catch you midweek live. Now I have to say, I have got possibly the second best gig tonight in the world. And the reason I say the second best gig, because I always love talking to you all and all that, but my very cool friend Kate Jameson is currently giving, well, is going to be giving, the Trafalgar Night toast and speech at HMS Nelson. At Britannia. I mean, to Nelson the Club at Britannia. So, yeah, that's probably the number one slot for this evening because the sheer amount of food that girl will be plied with. But in other good news, she's going to be joining me and Drac on Monday for Armchair Admirals, which is going to be on the Battle of Trafalgar. And you're going to have me, Drac, and Kate Jameson talking about the Battle of Trafalgar. That's going to be a cool lineup. I'm probably just going to sit there smiling the whole time going, I brought this all together. Hello, Just Be. Hello, Andrew Bend. And hello, Jerry Thatcher. So, how are you all? I hope you've all enjoyed today, and I hope you've enjoyed the videos which have come out so far. There is a 60-second video, which was supposed to come out at 6:05, or rather 18:05, but decided not to come out because apparently good old YouTube didn't like the background picture I chose for Nelson. So I've got to fix that. Ah, well. That's me just getting my notes in order. Oh, I do love it. The amount of notes I produce for these lives, and people then go, "You never sound like you're scripted." And I go, "No, that's because my notes are in about 3 different forms, just depending on what the questions are that come through." I try and predict some of the questions and hop around between them as appropriate. Oh. Right. So, John, assuming Kate has survives the alcohol, the only question I have about Kate and the alcohol will be whether the Royal Navy can keep up with her. Because if it comes down to it, and I have to pick between a load of trainee officers and Kate Jameson over who is going to win in a port drinking contest, my money would be every single time on Kate. And remember, I am a sober Sally. I am a non-drinker. So I am the only one who is compass mentis enough to make such judgments by the end of the evening over who is managing to outdrink who. And yeah, she'd win every time. Okay. Now, just quickly, before I start the questions, quick point out, I do have a competition for familial bragging rights going with my aunt, based on the fact that due to public demand, or rather supported demand, thank you very much for that, I have set up a spreadshirt store. And this is if I get to 13,000 subscribers by December 31st, 2021, she and my uncle will wear Blackburn face masks and take a photo of it. Plus, I will have the family bragging rights of winning. Honestly, the family bragging rights matter more to me, but, you know. Right then. John South, do miss Trafalgar Night from when I was still in the Navy. To be honest, Trafalgar Night and Taranto Night are the two of the best dinners a year in the Navy. And I have enjoyed every single time I have ever been invited to those. I've had a lovely time on them. I also like a pickle night. In fact, honestly, I would have to say my favourite out of the two, if it's between Trafalgar and Pickle Night, is probably Pickle Night, because Pickle Night usually have a lot more fun because it's with the sailors, and the sailors do are a lot more crazy. Run Cash. Oh, Jared Thatcher, was Blake better than Nelson, like Nelson himself felt? Honestly, Blake achieves what he does with a far harder starting place than Nelson. Remember, Nelson is building upon the precedent and training of Blake and various other officers who have built into the Navy and built up the Navy as an institution, and have set the standards that others have had to come to and have had to follow. I would honestly say Nelson is certainly his era's Blake. But if you put the two in command of fleets and gave them the same amount of time to train those fleets up to the way they fought and had them fight each other, I think Nelson might have edged it. Which Nelson probably would find strange to say, but I think Nelson might, because Blake is very good at coming up with ideas that become the new orthodoxy. Nelson's very good at breaking the orthodoxy. So whilst Blake is probably the better model to build a navy on, definitely the better model to to strengthen and train a navy on, Nelson would probably win a battle. But if they're in a long war and they were each side's senior admirals running their operations, then I wouldn't be Blake wouldn't would win more operations than Nelson, because Nelson was very good at battles, but he wasn't always, as you'll see when we're talking about this, and as I've already explained, sometimes Nelson tries to be too clever and doesn't cover himself enough. He's too ready to gamble sometimes, and against someone like Blake, that would long term cause you a lot of trouble. Wayne absent-minded mad scientist. That's bloody neat. Cash, friend of the family, was second Sea Lord and had his retirement dinner on HMS Victory. My dad was so drunk when they left that he always fell off the gangplank. Oh. Wayne Boren, not to drive my family insane, I have to take my hearing aids out, so you are going on speaker. Oh, that's good. Now to drive, I presume now to drive my family insane. Hello, Knight 6831. Graham Heinlein, where was Cochrane, or had he upset someone that he didn't go to the party? Well, that's the really interesting thing, because here is the realistic potential of an operation is if you Messi and Cochrane are chasing each other around the West Indies, and neither of them manages to meet up with the fleets which have come out there. Because let's be honest, if Cochrane had met up with Nelson and Messi had met up with Villeneuve and they had ended up having a fight, again, you'd have probably had a win out in your hands, and Cochrane would have been second to Nelson, who he probably would have had the same issues he had with Pellew, to be honest, but he would have dealt with it. And Pellew wasn't quite. Pellew had started before the mast. So yeah, that's what Cochrane's problem was with Pellew. So he possibly had less of a problem with Nelson. Too much. Enjoyed the Trafalgar series very much. Well done. Thank you. Vision. YouTube don't like Nelson image? Did you use a tabloid photo of Lord Nelson in a rising position, Lady Hamilton? No, I didn't. I just used the standard painting. I presume someone's got it protected somewhere. Anyway, this is all, of course, part of the War of the Third Coalition, which is one of those weird wars, but this is roughly who's on whose side at this point in the Third Coalition. The red corner, Holy Roman Empire, aka Austria with some pals. The Great Britain, Russia, Naples, Sicily, Sweden. To be honest, if Nelson could have picked any of those navies to be backing him up, he'd have probably wanted the Swedish navy to be coming to support him at Trafalgar, because that would have been really quite useful. Because they would have brought some very, very good frigates. Principally, and he would have loved the frigging frigates. The Royal Navy never has enough frigates, and you're going to ask questions about how they never have enough frigates when they have so many, and, well, yeah. In the blue corner, we have the French Republic, followed by the French Empire after 1804. We have the Latvian Republic, which is basically the area of the Netherlands ruled from France. Italy, which again is definitely not as we'd understand modern Italy, but is the area of Italy ruled from France. Spain, Bavaria, Württemberg, and Etruria, which is a theoretically independent state in Italy, which is just weird. Okay, Etruria is just weird. It could be a whole series of videos itself. It really could be. Now to carry on. Given the Battle of Trafalgar led to the British Empire being the sole global superpower, back then, isn't it accurate to say the British Empire didn't collapse but was slowly dissolved over 52 years? it's a rather interesting thing because the British Empire technically reaches its peak in size in the 1920s. But it also started, if you think about it, setting up dominions and various states on the road to independence, and at various points on that road to independence, from arguably the 1880s, 1890s, if not the 1850s. Graham Harner, just remember which way to pass the port so you don't have that one. Yes, always pass the port correctly. You don't want to get it. The people I have watched, I was once there with an American naval officer, and he was sitting between a British one and a French one, and we were at the dinner, and the British officer passed it to him, and the American officer, well, I was sitting across the table from them, chatting away, and the American officer went, "You really should try this," because I said, "No, I don't drink." "You really should try it." "No, I'm fine. You should try it. It's really nice." No. And then he tried to pass it across the table, and I've never seen an officer move so fast as the French officer. Her hand shot out, grabbed the port, and went, "You never do that!" With so much fury, it was. Oh. Autumn? Hello, Autumn. Familial bragging rights are critical, they are. Billings, my grandfather was an RN guide on Victory during the 50s. My mum spent so much time on her, she was almost one on the crew. That's a good story. Hello, Animal 16365. Hello, Dan Freeman. Paul from Chicago. Question, Nelson versus Blake. Answer, Collingwood. Honestly, yes. Honestly, Collingwood. But you see, the thing is, for Collingwood, he doesn't get the battle. He's the second in command, and then he's commander in the Mediterranean, and he's left out there by governments of both colours because he's so good. But yeah, he never gets to the party. Does Victory have her upper mast and yards in these days? Hard to tell from photos, and most show her in her lower mast only. At the moment, I don't think they put the mast back on. That's my understanding from the last time I was down there, but I haven't been down there. I'm planning on going down there in November now for some filming, and I'll be able to be tell for certain when I'm down there. Garen Thatcher, for debate's sake, Blake had tougher opponents like De Ruyter and Tromp rather than Villeneuve. That's true. The wrong clash. Nelson didn't overthink that polar bear. No. Getting close to. Garen Thatcher, wonder how Nelson would have done in the War of 1812 against the Americans if he had lived. Well, you have to remember, in the War of 1812, it's unlikely that Nelson would have been sent out there. But if you got Nelson in British waters to deal with the French and etc. in the European and Mediterranean waters, and you've got let's say you've still got Collingwood around, it might well have been Collingwood sent out to deal with the French, deal with the Americans. And I don't think they would have liked Collingwood there. You wouldn't have sent them both out, though. It's not a fault. I prefer Blake as a whole, as he created the foundation and allowed one to create a solid foundation. Else you're having to rely solely on genius. I know. I understand on. No, Collingwood would have been, if Nelson and Collingwood had still been alive in both still been alive in 1815, 1812, then one of them, probably Collingwood, would have been sent to command the fleet out there, and probably would have been sent with some decent ships. They probably gathered up a few 74s and gone, go. And it would have been a case of, hello, I'm Collingwood, I have 74s, and the Americans going, we'd like to be anywhere else other than near you right now. Anywhere. There is a whole inland of America. In fact, we're going to see quite how fast we can get our frigates far up these rivers. Very exciting. And of course, Naples in it. Italy is confusing time. They are. Graham Seaforth, do you think Nelson would have still been as aggressive risk-taking if he was in Cornwallis or Keith's place, or was he like that because he had breathing room and backup? I think he would have been slightly different if he'd been in Cornwallis's case. In Keith's one, maybe, maybe not. But in Cornwallis's place, he would have probably been slightly more, just as, slightly more reticent coming forward. And remember, Cornwallis can afford to do that because he can send Nelson forward. This is the thing. Cornwallis said after Calder loses Finisterre, wins Finisterre but doesn't win it that well. Calder's left running the blockade. But very quickly, Collingwood is sent down to take command and basically take over the post from Calder. And then not long afterwards, Nelson comes up. And that's when Calder goes, "Oh, I should go home and face my court-martial and prove myself innocent." And Nelson and Collingwood both go to Calder. "Are you an idiot? Stay here. There's going to be a battle shortly. Beat everyone in, have a good fight, go home victorious, and everyone will forget it. They'll just give you more laurels." No, I've got to go home and clear my name. Oh, God. "And I've got to take my flagship home with me, because otherwise you'll be sending me home in disgrace." Oh, frick. So he goes home in his 98-gun, second-rate HMS Prince of Wales, which Nelson could have really let's be honest, an extra second rate would have come in really handy at Trafalgar. And for poor Calder, that proves to be the most stupid decision known to mankind, because afterwards, he's known for quite a while as the guy who deserted Nelson. Despite him not deserting Nelson, him just coming home like he was ordered to. Technically, he was ordered to come home. Technically, Nelson brought the orders out there. But technically, Nelson was going, ignore them. Do your job. Let your service speak for itself. This 100-foot size vampire does not indicate strength or power or wealth in the end. Nope. Yes, he could have done the Chesapeake attack on Washington. Maybe he could have succeeded in taking Baltimore also. You never know. Distinguished port goes to starboard, not to port. To use my glass, port always goes that way. I'm hoping it shows right on the screen. It shows correctly on the screen. If it doesn't, sorry, but it's basically always goes left to right. And the way you remember port and starboard is that port is 4 letters, the same as left, and starboard is more than 4, which is right. Knight 681, it sounds like British Empire was transitioning to something like the Commonwealth that we know today. Pretty much. Bastian Nelson and my pal Regulus have one thing in common: winning the greatest sea battle of their age and being utterly disastrous on land. True. That's just too Michelle. Given the disparity in two fleets' training standards, do you think there is any way Villeneuve could have actually won? If he'd managed to keep tighter control of the fleet and keep it together and not stop it disintegrating somehow, maybe. To be honest, not really. He could have won if some of the dice had rolled with him. If Didon had not been intercepted, and the Rochefort squadron, the Alman unit, had followed their orders and managed to meet up with Villeneuve. And so he'd had an extra 5 ships. And Nelson had not been reinforced. So it's now 38 versus 27. Then he might have won. But under those circumstances, Nelson might not have taken the battle. Nelson might have shadowed him the whole way up and sent a frigate ahead to Cornwallis. And then you could well have had a scenario where the French go, "Oh, yes, we have 38 ships. They are making it into Brest." And suddenly they find Cornwallis's fleet of about 20-odd ships coming down at them, 25-ish 25, probably 25 ships he'd probably gather together. And Nelson's 27-ish, 28 ships coming together. Maybe both of them roughly 28, who knows. And go, oh, sugar. So there are options where Trafalgar doesn't happen. There are a lot of options where Trafalgar doesn't happen. But I don't see an option where Villeneuve ends up winning the next battle. Seneca, the most unfair alternate history in the scenario. The day before D-Day, mainland Europe gets replaced by Napoleonic France. From the time of Trafalgar. Well, that could be interesting, but I think, honestly, the British would still win. Whether the Americans would invade alongside them, I'm not sure, but I'm fairly sure the British can sweep aside a 200,000-man army of Napoleon at that point. And let's start with Thompson. Do they plan on restoring the victories for Rick? Yes, they do. Kevin Rock, could you negotiate your bet with your aunt so new Patreon member are equal to 10 plus subscribers since it involves a high level commitment? Let's current subscribers help the win. I'll have it. I might have a go at that, but I doubt she'd let me do that. 9601. Collingwood was a St. Vincent class dreadnought battleship. Nelson was a Nelson class fast battleship, and Blake was a Tiger class light cruiser. Mm-hmm. And the H-89. And he takes a 98 gun ship. Yeah, back. Yeah, that's Calder for you. Honestly, Collingwood was sitting with Nelson going, you're being far too nice. The letters between the reports on the messages, which have come down, mostly they disappeared, of between Collingwood and Nelson about Calder, are variations on you're being too nice, and Nelson going, well, I don't want to. The guy did win a battle. He did catch the fleet. He did what he was supposed to. I don't want to prosecute the poor man. You're letting him go off of a second rate. Give him a 64 and send him home. Yeah. Dave Hartling. Evening, that's Clarke. Enjoying an iron brew as well. For a busy day tweeting about Trafalgar Day. Hope you mention HMS Africa and Captain Digby. Eventful afternoon. I will do. As you will have noticed from one of the videos, I have already talked about HMS Africa in quite extensive detail. I'm not sure if I have. I think I do have the slides on a slide of her in here, and I will be talking about her again because HMS Africa deserves the attention. She deserves the love. Just a big hit to the Franco-Spanish forces was utterly poor morale. It was on part of the RN. Who do you think they would be? How do you think they would fare? Here's the thing: the French ships, I would agree, are utterly poor morale. The Spanish ships aren't. So, if you've been facing an entirely Spanish fleet under Gravina, then Nelson might well have had a far harder fight. And that's the real problem. And the problem is also the French strategy, let's be honest. Theme, invade Britain with 200,000 troops. Hypothesis, let us be master of the channel for 6 hours and we are master of the world. You are going to get 200,000 troops across the channel in 6 hours in the Age of Sail. Really? Really? Napoleon, baby. We need to have a talk about this little thing called wind. And then there's this other thing called tide. And then there's this thing called distance. Because if you sail straight, you ain't going to end up where you think you're going to end up. And you're certainly not going to end up where you want to end up to land. So, I'm sorry, Napoleon. I know it looks great on a map. And I know when you're telling your armies to march around by map, you can tell them to go from here to here and they can get there. But it doesn't work like that when instead of your own 2 feet, you're depending upon Mother Nature for your ability to move places. It doesn't work that way. I'm sorry, Napoleon. I really am. And now you're going to shoot me, I know. But this is me being honest with you. It just don't work that way. Phase 1. The Brest and Toulon, the Brest fleet will break out and the Toulon fleet will break out and they will collect on their way the Spanish fleet and they will all break out from the blockades The combined fleets will all sail across the Atlantic to threaten the West Indies and meet up in Martinique. Remember, by the time he's deciding this, there's already Diamond Rock occupied. Okay, I'd just like to clarify that. Diamond Rock is already occupied when he comes up with this plan. So the Royal Navy have already put a little watch in Martinique. Oh. I'm not sure what. It's just fun. It is just a whole load of fun going on. Sorry, something weird happened on the screen then. Worried me for a second, and I think it's okay. I hope it's okay for you all. And then you've got Phase 3, the Toulon Brest fleets under Pierre Charles Villeneuve and Henri Joseph Antoine Gauntenot, respectively. Probably Gauntenot would take command, would rendezvous at Martinique. The combined fleet would then quickly sail back across the Atlantic to Europe. As they did so, they would lose any pursuing British fleets en route. So basically, they've had to get past the blockading fleets with tides and everything cooperating. And then they will land a force in Ireland, as in the two French, as they did planned in the two French revolutionary invasions of Ireland, 1796 and 1798. Defeat what parts of the Channel Fleet remained, because of course the Royal Navy would have sent the entire navy across to the West Indies, which would then have been caught and left behind in the West Indies, and take control of the Channel. Now, as we know, who actually went chasing across the West Indies? Was it the entire Channel Fleet? No. Was it the Ferrol Fleet? No, they were still watching Ferrol. It was the Mediterranean Fleet whose fleet had got out. So unless the Brest Fleet gets out, but even then they're unlikely to go, because honestly the Royal Navy's probably going to send the Ferrol Fleet out, and they're probably going to send a note out to Cochrane and tell Cochrane to form up with Nelson and Calder, and that would be the fleet which would engage whatever's in the West Indies and be sailing after them. So the fleet, then the combined fleet would come back. They might outnumber Cornwallis, but Cornwallis is not going to give them control of the sea, and necessarily he'll do a fleet in being thing. But he might well end up calling up Keith and other ships, and as long as he doesn't fight them immediately, the odds are they won't have lost any other fleet for long, so Nelson will come streaming in as fast as he can behind them, and combined Cornwallis and Nelson, that's still a fight. So the whole thing depends on his opponents being stupid. And they're going to defend the channel and transport the invasion force. All before the RN could bring in any more fleets to stop them. A big hit to the Franco-Spanish forces. I'll answer that one. Ryan Cash. What's called the Woods Prince of Wales the same lineage as the modern carrier? Are named for different princes. Same lineage. It's named for the post, not the lineage, not the Pacific Prince. Unlike the Black Prince, which is named for the Black Prince. Albazaski. Who in France actually got the bright idea that a fleet from Toulon can sail the Brest and rule the Channel after passing Gibraltar unnoticed and unopposed? This gentleman, Napoleon. Napoleon. Which empires crumbled after the Battle of Trafalgar? None really crumbled after the Battle of Trafalgar. It took a few more years of war before anyone crumbled. Gosh, I remember starboard is right because it has 2 R's and port only has 1. Kevin Ray, didn't Calder complain to Jervis about Nelson disobeying orders at the Battle of Cape St. Vincent? Lots of people complained to Jervis after the Battle of Cape St. Vincent about Nelson. Jervis didn't. Jervis ignored a lot of them. Hi, Frank Susado. That's got 200,000 troops across the channel in 6 hours. Not even Operation Sea Lion was that awesome, optimistic. I know. He's amazing. He's Look, there are many good points to make about Napoleon, but his ability to understand sea power is not one of them. And honestly, he wastes a lot of time, a lot of money, and a lot of energy. He uses. It's the entire money he gets from the Louisiana Purchase that is used to fund all this. Think about that much money. In fact, I'm just going to do a quick search to remind myself of how much it cost. So, now it's been estimated at 2.6. Well, let's see. Louisiana Purchase. $3 million in gold and bonds for Banque de Pays de Reste de France. A huge amount. That's let me just check. 15 million. $15 million, which in modern money about, well, you'd be glad to know that's roughly 300 and roughly $370 million today. So he gets a nice chunk of change, and he spends it all on this. Seeing which the French were not channel pilots, not anywhere near the British. They had a few skilled smugglers and privateers. That's about it. Their navy was not experienced. They had some officers and sailors, but very few by this point. Right on it. Dodge, you're given the power to transport an entire SAS regiment with all their modern equipment to the battle and distribute them amongst UK ships if necessary. Where do you put them? What damage can they do? If I was taking an entire SAS regiment, I would basically be, well, I prefer the SBS, but I'll take the SAS. I would put them in the foretops as snipers and tell them to just keep happy shooting and just take out as many as they fancied. I would put them in every single ship as foretopmen and tell them to counter battery the enemy. Honestly, they could probably, with their guns, engage before the cannons could. They could probably be sniping out admirals and people armed with people armed with muskets long before they actually get into cannon range. In fact, there might not be anyone alive on the French and Spanish decks by the time they actually get to the battle. The Royal Navy could reach them and go, "You have no one on your decks. Oh, we can just board. Oh, good." What would you go? Insanity. You cannot send Calder back in the 64. Nelson needs Agamemnon invulnerability to win. Potentially. But, honestly, I'd have sent him back in a frigate. I'd have found the nearest brig, preferably with maximum of 18 guns, and stuck his pompous butt on it. But I'm nastier than Nelson was. The age of 1989, your deconstructing the opponent's naval strategy was incisive. And sorry, but would a mere midshipman in the RN get clipped around the ear for such a find out a stupid suggestion? They'd probably get looked at as if they hadn't been paying attention in navigation class. Very boring. Some minor sentence. Holy crud, we are talking optimism plus it. Someone was drinking too much bad alcohol. He was drinking something. I'm sorry. I know there are many people who love Napoleon, and I can understand why he is probably an above average general. Not the best general in his own army, but an above average general, especially for the time compared to some of the ones he fought, i.e., General Mack. But he is not what I would call a strategist. No. Oh, you can just see that in his treatment of Spain, for starters. No one should. You do not want to end up having to fight Spain as well as everyone else. Seneca, what's Trafalgar in the Mediterranean Atlantic? Atlantic. Off Cape Trafalgar. I think Napoleon was thinking he could keep a threat going but not actually have to do it. The trouble is, it doesn't really work as a threat once you start looking at the British strategy. In the 89, we don't have a lot of modern surface ships. Do you think that the ship names, particularly some of the Inspiration class, are a bit underwhelming? I have questions about some of the ship names, especially when you go Camperdown. That's for amphibious operations, and I could name several other ships which are just as good as Camperdown for amphibious operations, and don't blow themselves up. I'm sorry. I have great respect, and I'm sure I will love her, and she'll be a lovely ship. But she's named for a ship which ultimately blew itself, was actually a mobile bomb, and I hope no one is considering using a modern ship for that role. Runcash sounds like Napoleon all the way, using a division of a prominent marshal to make a feint. They hardly. Names of Inspiration class aren't about just the name of the class. 2 PR heavy. Oh, don't get me started. Anyway, so the British strategy. Build defensive at home. They built Martello Towers, defense at Dover, built a military canal, and whilst training militias and army units as well as they could be. This is one of the problems for Napoleon. Wherever else you go, you have room for maneuver. If you consider Britain, you don't really have that much maneuver room attacking Britain. Britain is not a place which you'd associate with maneuver warfare. There isn't really space for it. So he's going to have fun. Secondly, wherever the French and Spanish ships are, so will the Royal Navy. And this is a list of where they were at one point during this period. Please note, they change. Okay? They change. The Royal Navy moves admirals around. They move ships around. They move whole freaking fleets around because they feel like it. So, anyone who wants to message back to me on Discord again, but because I have literally had a Discord message going around, but they weren't in this position by August 1805. No, this is the position they were in January 1805. It changes almost weekly. So, there was a combined French and Dutch squadron of 9 ships of the line quartered in Netherlands. This was covered by Admiral Lord Keith's Down squadron of 11 ships of the line. 3 or 4 ships of the line at Rochefort were blockaded by Rear Admiral Thomas Graves with 5 ships of the line. A combined fleet of 4 ships of the line under Rear Admiral Gordon and 8 ships of the line under Admiral Grandalana were watched at Ferrol by Vice Admiral Robert Calder with 8 ships of the line. Both Ferrol and Rochefort were supported by the main Channel Fleet, patrolling between Ushant and the Irish coast, under Admiral William Cornwallis and his deputy Vice Admiral Charles Cotton, consisting of 15 ships of the line, although they were mainly watching the force of 21 ships of the line in Brest under Vice Admiral Grantamont. 6 ships of the line, and 1 French one, were in port of Cadiz, under the watchful eyes of Rear Admiral John Ord and his 5 ships of the line. Another 6 Spanish ships of the line were located at Cartagena under Admiral Salasindo. The French naval base at Toulon was home to 11 French ships of the line under Vice Admiral Villeneuve, who was being kept bottled up by 12 ships of the line in the Mediterranean Fleet under Vice Admiral Horatio Nelson. At certain points, he goes even higher with his number of ships. Although I think I have in one thing said 15, and he actually had 12 at that point, but don't worry, he went up and down to 15. Each commander has a number of frigates, sloops, and brigs at their disposal, but these were always in tight demand, and further afield, Mr. C, pursued by Cochrane, sailed around the West Indies without making contact with each other. They were literally doing circuits around the West Indies. Now, it's not nice. It's not easy. but the fleets are there. And also, you have to remember, especially for the ones, these ones, the ones up closer to the UK, normally for every ship you have, roughly every 2, sometimes every 3 ships you have in the fleet, you have another one which is shuttling backwards and forwards between, is in either in port, victualling, or is coming backwards and forwards. So you actually have more ships assigned to that squadron than you have ships on station. These are the ships on station. And this is in January, when they don't expect the French to be coming out, honestly, to be fair. Garen Faction. Napoleon did admire the British Navy. After the Battle of Basse Groves, he said the French had an idiot as admiral, and didn't think a single ship should have escaped. He liked Cochrane. Yes, he liked a few of the British Royal Admirals. He actually liked Sidney Smith. There is a long-running rumour that he many times wrote to Smith offering him command of the French Navy, but I've never seen actually any proof of it, just mutterings. 968 wouldn't Napoleon's landing forces get slowed down by the British Army stretching his supply line to make him reliant on naval resupply of the iron cut off? Honestly, I think the plan for the defense was to slow him down with the Martello towers to make landing as painful as possible, and then respond with everything while he was still on the beachhead before he managed to get himself established, while the Royal Navy would be coming up the coast and blasting him from behind. So basically, the idea was to catch him in a pincer movement of army infantry and militia units, and as much artillery as they could grab, and Royal Navy artillery. SAS at Trafalgar. 0.50 rifles and anti-tank guided missiles. Ouch. Vice Admiral Nelson. With Napoleon's generalship, it varies over time. Napoleon of 1805 is up there, the best of all time. 1812, 1830, not much. But in 1814, he was exceptionally good. Even exceptionally good, given the odds. Duncan, you would send him back in a brig? That's a valuable asset. Use a cutter. Tempting, but a brig would actually get him home. A cutter he might get lost in. General Thatcher, who do you think was the best? Devoe. I actually wrote that on one of the slides, so I'll check my slide because I had their names written out because I did a lot of thinking about this when I was writing this. Devoe and Messina. Honestly, I can't pick. I'm not sure which one of those is better than the other. I always have a bit of a soft spot for Messina, but could well have been Devoe. Both of them were better than Napoleon. Both of them. All right, good old Pitty, or rather, young Pitt. Great, 300 million is from commodity prices and underestimated value due to mass production lowering retail relative prices. Labor costs, it would be roughly 11 billion and 644 billion compared to GDP. Yowza, that just gets worse, doesn't it? That's how much he spends. 644 billion compared to GDP. Honestly, I was happier with the 370 million. Actually, another thing that came to me. You have channel for 6 hours, land your troops, the iron comes up, wipes out your fleet, bombards your forces and supplies, and lands Marines at your back. Yeah, great plan. The Marines? There'd be freaking sailors coming off the ships. There would be everyone. There'd probably be, let's be honest, in that scenario, there'd probably be a very short admiral at their head charging up behind you. Be a battle of of the short commanders. This is the thing. Napoleon wasn't actually as short as we sometimes imagine him to be. He was that average height for his time. But the thing is, also the British generals, there are some quite good ones out there. They're not brilliant, but in that scenario, they wouldn't be in that bad a position. And You wouldn't get all your 200,000 troops across. The ones who do get across would be seasick and in no state to fight, and they'd be chucking everything at it, and the Navy would be coming up from behind you. It's not a good scenario. Mm. DH 1989. Does it make you, like me, slightly lightheaded to reel off these ample British fleets and squadrons when now we have to fight for minimum number of surface fleet? It's kind of interesting. You have to remember, though, we did have William Pitt the Younger as Prime Minister, and he combined role of Prime Minister with Chancellor, and in many ways Secretary of State, what we would now consider Secretary of State for Defence, because there wasn't one at the time. There was the First Lord of the Admiralty, which was a sort of civil military post, occasionally operated commanded by a civilian, sometimes a naval officer. And if it was a naval officer, then you'd have a far more junior officer as First Sea Lord than you would normally, because they basically become an admin person. He's a very successful operator. Fact that he also comes up with things like income tax, etc., doesn't necessarily endear him to me, considering I can understand. At several points, Villeneuve gets scared of thinks that he's got the British fleet coming down him, and I can understand that fear when I look at my tax bill that I've got to pay in January and going, because I've largely thanks to the joyous thing that is Patreon and YouTube. Very kind of you all. That's been a lot of. You've been very generous and very kind. And because my normal PAYE work has been down because I haven't been doing that one because of COVID, let's put it this way: instead of me just having to add a little bit on top, that has now constituted a major portion of earnings. So yeah. Tax time. Ay, caramba. But I can, and all of income tax we can lay at this person's door. Thank you, Pitt. Hi, George Newman. Um, hmm. General veteran, not true, Stephen. Barclay was a Trafalgar veteran, and Downey had been at Camperdown. I think you're talking about the officers who were fighting on the Great Lakes. Seneca, Short Admiral, who is that? Nelson. I honestly, if it any scenario which ends up with Napoleon actually getting troops to Britain and actually landing, he probably lands with them, knowing Napoleon. At which point you probably have Nelson's fleet coming steaming up because they've probably been stuck at the one over in the West Indies and now coming from behind them. At which point they will batter whatever's left of the fleet that survived fighting the Channel Fleet, and probably knowing let's put it this way: can you imagine Nelson sitting there going, you know what, all I can do is send Marines ashore and bombard. I can't do anything else. Or going, take me to my boats. I have my sword. There be Frenchmen that way. DH89. Dennis, you look good as a French marshal as long as you're not sent to Spain, where you lose to Wellington. He destroys your reputation. Run Cash. Napoleon's height is in the French feet and inches. They were different, of course. He was, in fact, average height. As I said. Hi, Dan Freeman. Medley 81. The problem with the French Navy seems like lack of investment, lack of training, and bad strategy. Yes, to all three. And they keep executing officers whenever they become senior enough. During Thatcher, Devoe had also been Archduke Charles of Exmel and Bragaton of Svaldonia, and at Hamburg held off several 100,000 men. Yes, he did quite well. The H-89. And for what you just said, I consider William Pitt the younger our greatest PM. He certainly was good when he was working with this gentleman as his first Lord of the Admiralty. John Jervis was a very good First Lord of the Admiralty. He wasn't prepared. He tried to keep promotions to promotions by merit and was fairly successful in doing that. He certainly didn't get into some of the issues the Duke of York got into. And I'm talking about this era's Duke of York, not the current one. What is it about Dukes of York and getting into trouble with any form of relations? The Duke of York of this period got into trouble for selling army commissions, via the back door. Basically, his mistress could sell them and would tell him, would basically leave the notes for him to sign in the morning after a night of enjoyment. And so he'd sign them and then go off, and then the officers would get promoted and she'd get money for it. I suppose it's one way of not having to fund your own mistress, but prefer just not to have the mistress. It's far too complicated. Daniel Phillips, what happens if Gloire suddenly appears in a French fleet before Trafalgar? She may have been a bad ironclad, but she's an ironclad, and obviously full up that if Warrior also appears. If Warrior also appears, then Gloire sinks. But let's be honest, if Gloire appears, then the French fleet have a tremendously useful asset. But they also have a problem in that how do they work with this asset? Because does she sail? Well, she's not that handy on the sails. She can theoretically be sailed, but she's actually not even as good at sailing as Warrior, and Warrior's not the greatest thing for sailing. Firepower-wise, they are tremendously useful. If Warrior appears, the Royal Navy has a slight advantage. But yeah, they will be fast able to resist whatever their enemy chucks at them. The only option someone like Nelson, etc., would probably think about would be boarding and taking that ship. And honestly, if Warrior was there as well, that would be probably what Nelson would do. Nelson would detail Warrior off to hold her attention, and other ships would be ordered to board her and take her. Knight 6831, how does Hitler's Operation Sea Lion and Napoleon's plan of invasion of the UK compare? They're both equally terrible. Thanks for that. Doug C, how easily could this battle have turned out much differently against the British? I don't think it could have ever turned into a loss, but it could have been another Cape Finisterre with just a couple of ships taken. If you consider what happens at Cape Finisterre, and the Franco-Spanish fleet that fights at Finisterre is largely the same fleet which fights at Trafalgar. If you consider what happens at that battle when they're led by Calder, when the RN's led by Calder, well, they don't exactly acquit themselves well. You'd have to change Villeneuve. Perhaps Rosalie would have done better. Perhaps Gantamor. Definitely not Dautois. No, he wouldn't have done better. But I don't know. Put Gravina in charge and give him some time to train up those ships. If Gravina had been in charge, and let's put it this way. Let's say the fleets arrive in Martinique, and Gravina arrives with orders that he's going to command the combined fleet. Orders from Napoleon. And he therefore gets to spend the whole trip across the Atlantic training the French and the Spanish ships to work together according to a very similar pattern, and doing his best to upgrade them, and he has the authority to overrule the general and overrule Villeneuve and keep things going. You could have had a different fleet. I don't know if they could have won, but they certainly could have been tougher. They would have probably done a lot better at Cape Finisterre. At which case, if they'd gone on to Brest, they wouldn't have fought Trafalgar. And if they'd gone into Cadiz, let's put it this way. If the French win at Finisterre in any way, shape, or form, if the Franco-Spanish force in any way, shape, or form win at Finisterre, then the fleet which will be fighting, which will be in the Royal Navy's operator force opposite Brest, opposite Cadiz, or Brest, will be everything. The Royal Navy will withdraw squadrons. They do this at a point in history whenever they need to. They will have drawn squadrons. They will withdraw everything. Those hunting groups that they got going around for various for the Rochefort squadron, etc., will be withdrawn. They will put everything into those fleets. So the fleet that Nelson commands will be bigger. But also, there's a very real possibility that if you are sending such a large fleet down there, if you are forming such a large fleet and such a capable force down there, because of them having a win, you might end up with actually, well, you've got two senior admirals you can pick, Cornwallis or Vincent. Cornwallis is in charge of the Channel Fleet. You can send him, he's already forward, and you can put Vincent in charge of the Channel Fleet. Or you could send Vincent out on commission a ship and send Vincent out. And they would have had no trouble. Announcing Vincent was sailing to take command of the fleet operating off the coast of Cadiz, they wouldn't have had any trouble crewing that ship. Just put his name out there, they'd have had people signing up. And this is what the reforms of, and I am using the wiki table here. Reforms of Pitt and St. Gervais achieved from 1794 to 1814. What happens? Well, in 1794, the ships of the line are 5 first rates, 9 second rates, 71 third rates, 8 fourth rates, 76 fifth rates, 22 28 gun 6 rates, 10 20 gun 6 rates, and 76 sloops of war. That's 16 to 18 guns, brigs, all those things, gun brigs, all that sort of stuff. Okay. By 1814, they have remember, they've actually peaked roughly about 1806. So 1814, they're coming down. They have 7 first rates in commission, 8 second rates in commission, 103 third rates in commission, 10 fourth rates in commission, 134 fifth rates in commission. They have 0 28 gun 6 rates in position, but they have 25 of the 2024 gun ships in commission, and they have 360 sloops and brigs in commission. And again, the Navy has done that and gone that. It peaks in 1806. It peaks in 1806 because they're still commissioning units and they don't know Napoleon's not going to try again. They expect him to try again. So they are still bringing ships out of ordinary into commission. Medal 81. Villeneuve should have rejected Napoleon's orders and not sailed. Await Nelson's fleet retreat from Gibraltar. Honestly, Nelson wasn't going to retreat. And Villeneuve was sailing. Villeneuve sails not because of an order from Napoleon, but because of Rosalie coming south. And Decrès sends him the same message, and rather similar to what Nelson and Collingwood tell Calder. Your only chance to really redeem your honour and your reputation is to fight the battle. David Heath, Dr. C. Income tax is a temporary measure until we've defeated the French. Whilst France still exists, they might find another Napoleon, so we still need income tax. Meredith 81. Was there any record of the French Navy raiding British coast during Napoleon Wars? Yes, they did try it occasionally. They didn't really always do that well, but they did try it occasionally. Most of the times when they did it, they had accidents in that they would bump into a Royal Navy frigate squadron, which would go, "Hello, you're in frigates. We like frigates." Given how many land battles he took part in, Nelson would take me to the boats. Nelson would be ramming his HMS Victory would have become a rather large landing craft. I'm fairly certain. Hello, Jimmy. Too much. I remember the talk at Perry's Monument in Botany Bay, where they said that British side was lacking experienced sailors. It's about 60 miles from here. Knights Experiment. What trouble did HMS Duke of York, the King George V class, fifth class battle again shipping get into? Don't take this the wrong way, Knight 6831, but that's kind of off topic for tonight. Oh, when I get onto battleships in the 1930s in World War II, we're on to that question. DH89. Did you catch Tiberius's question about Santissima Trinidad? Is it that big? The Santissima Trinidad, she is fairly big. Let's see. 140 gun first rate. So, well, she had 30 36 pounders, 32 24 pounders, 32 12 pounders, and 18 8 pounders. So, in number of guns, yes. In terms of the gun weights, no, because your average third rate. Well, your average third rate carries. Let's look up HMS Dragon. I've got it in front of me. HMS Dragon is my favourite of the third rates. I do like watching. She gets up to all sorts of random stuff. The Dragon. She really does. 74 gun Bellona class, and let's see. So Santissima Trinidad has 30 36 pounders. Well, you need at least 28 of those for the lower deck on a third rate. She has 32 24 pounders. You don't tend to use 24 pounders. You could use those, I suppose. But you need 28 18 pounders for the upper deck. And so, let's put it this way. In theory, you can, but in practice, you can't. In practice, you probably get a decent third rate and possibly a decent fifth rate out of it. And have a load of other smaller guns to give to people. A load of 8 pounders to go around and go, would you like an 8 pounder, sir? Would you like an 8 pounder, sir? Here, have an 8 pounder, sir. We've got a lot of 8 pounders for you. Because, yeah, she has a lot of guns, but they're 36, 24, and 12 pounders. And, well, Dragon has 32 and 18 pounders and a load of 9 pounders. So she has 18 9 pounders. Good old Pierre Charles Villeneuve. And that's his flagship, the Beau Ceinture. Right, so what's the effect of this victory in the minds of nations across Europe and the rest of the world? It's basically Trafalgar cements that, you know, let's put it this way. Both Trafalgar and Tsushima teach the same lesson, which is it doesn't matter how many guns you have within a certain disparity. What matters is how you use them. Because everyone reading the plain text goes, wow, look at all these ships they have. The standard Samantha, they have all these 33 ships. They're massive. And then you look at the Royal Navy and go, yeah, 27? You're outnumbered. You surely shouldn't win. And they win. It's shocking to people. It also shows people the level of investment the Royal Navy puts into that level of investment that in infrastructure that Britain's prepared to put into the Royal Navy, that they're putting into these things. This one's on. Let's see. What is your most favorite accurate map of this battle? Let's see. There is a fairly good one on Wikipedia, actually. It's surprising enough. I tend to use it occasionally. But I find it slightly annoying because it's basically the Royal Navy. It's the thing that 1200 hours. So. Let me see if I can find it. I didn't use it today because honestly I went for the more artistic ones. I tend to use the artistic ones when I'm doing this stuff. I find it's better for you all if I use the artistic ones. They produce a nicer effect. Ba-da-da-da. And say done with JPEGs. And say done. Now, you have to remember, none of the maps are perfect. None of them are. And none of them are ever going to be. And there's nothing wrong with not being a perfect one. When people go, oh, I want a perfect map of this old battle, you sort of sit there and go, really? Well, who was getting a map? You don't even get perfect maps of modern battles. Here you go. This is a fairly good map, I tend to find. And as you can see, it's got the names out there. It shows you where Africa is. It shows all the things. But the trouble is, there's a prettier one, which is more artistic, which is almost as accurate. So I tend to use that one because the prettier one has to make people happier to read it, honestly. So much and did it. Okay. Captain C4, how would you rate the two Pitts relative to each other? Pitt the Elder is a fine old school politician and probably the best of his era, but Pitt the Younger redefines politics. And that's the reality you're dealing with. Greg Vassell, Meridolu, 81. So was Admiral Culver who saved Britain from any French invasion attempt by winning? Was Admiral Culver who saved the British from any French invasion attempt by winning Cape Finisterre? Certainly Napoleon thinks so. I would say if you're looking at it from a strategic perspective, you've got that certainly an option, but the thing is you don't know. He wins if Villeneuve hadn't left from Cadiz for the rest of the war. Yes, no one would doubt that Calder had won it, Calder's battle. But you're not sure, and no one pays navies to not be sure. No one pays navies to not be certain, and it's Nelson's victory to make certain. Unless he's Callius. Greetings from Ashland, Oregon. Hello. Thank you for giving me company work. Well, thank you for joining me when I'm at work. Thank you. Right on. Let's see. Is there an Admiral Clarke or Captain Clarke? Is there an Admiral Clarke or Captain Clarke? Ooh. There have been a few officers called Clarke in their times. There's a Marshal Llewellyn Clarke, a Philip Clarke. It's gonna sound strange. Most of the Clarks who were admirals, well, let's put it this way: some of them are cousins of my family line, but most of my Clarke family were, if they were in the Navy, didn't really go up to admirals. They tended to prefer to stay captains because they tended to prefer to stay in frigates because you've got more money. And because my family had a habit of being involved in, let's say, the less declared side of war. The Jacobs do quite well, the Brownings do quite well, the Newcombs do quite well. There's all sorts of branches of the family. And once you go up further, there's all sorts of names. Second, how many frigates would the RN need in this time if they were always short? Honestly, we go back to this table and you consider this table. They probably really needed about. If I had been in charge and been able to get a blank check for frigates and construction wise, I would probably be aiming for roughly 180 to deal with all the Royal Navy needs. The 1889. The question wasn't the Santa. It wasn't the Santa Trinidad big, but was she any good? She was a status symbol which gave Spain a powerful thing, a tool to use. Any good? If she can be used the way she's supposed to be used, yes, but she's not good in close quarters. She's not maneuverable. So the thing is, if they'd been engaging in lines and going along like you traditionally fought, Sanders and Trinidad would have been a very powerful threat. But the moment you're doing this, which is getting in close, she's not able to maneuver. She's not able to bring her firepower to bear, so you can dominate her. Ponta Ender Gaming. Hello. Doc, what do you think would happen if Lord Howard Effingham was in Nelson's place? Ooh. Oh, Howard Effingham would have had fun. He would have definitely gone for the kill, but he'd have probably gone in Effingham's case. Let's put it this way: if he's had learned experience in Nelson, he might have resolved columns. But honestly, he might have done a general attack, i.e., line abreast the whole fleet forward. "9687. In the space of 20 years, 22 6-rate where big turning a gun ship's line were retired. Frankly, that's quick. Why so fast? They're probably downrated." Middle 1801. Wasn't the Royal Navy also instrumental in halting the French advance in the Syria-Palestine campaign at Siege of Africa by helping Ottoman garrison? Yes, they did a few little naughty things. So in 1799, no wonder Napoleon claimed wherever a guy find the British Royal Navy in 1814. Well, that was by design. That was what the Royal Navy wanted him to find. Pierre de Mont, Le Pellet. Villeneuve's second in command, originally in command at Toulon. Unfortunately, when the admiral who's in command at Toulon dies, Napoleon says, well, Dumas not up to the job, and sends Villeneuve down to replace him, and honestly, neither of them wanted the post. No, Dumois wanted the post, but wasn't up to it, and Villeneuve didn't want the post, but you know, was up to it because he was one of the Nile Quatre, the Nile Four. Rowan Cash, they were sales. Tony Velker, would there be corvettes in the era of Nelson, and what would they be like in terms of size guns? There were corvettes. They'd be in the sick race, the sloops brigs category. They'd be equivalent to that. So in the same year as Trafalgar, the RN lost over 100 ships to wrecks. It turns out storms and rocks and storms are far more dangerous than Frenchmen and Spanish. I don't think they lost over 100 ships to wrecks in 1805. I have seen some very big claims put for these sorts of things, but whenever I start looking into detail, it turns out they're counting a lot of ships as Royal Navy ships. At one point, they were included. One of the figures I saw, it includes East Indiamen, which are definitely not Royal Navy ships, and merchant ships sailing in convoys to supply the Royal Navy, which are chartered by the Royal Navy, but they're still manned as merchant ships and crewed as merchant ships. So let's put it this way, I don't think the Royal Navy lost 100 ships in that year, and most of the ships, when they do lose ships, tend to be of a smaller variety than the bigger ones, because the smaller ones tend to be ones operating closest inshore. Although they do lose a few after Trafalgar, etc. (96) front. So the Iron were retiring one sick freight, 28 gun ship per year, with 1 year where 3 would go. Not really. They were mainly the 28 guns were getting rebuilt as 24 guns with larger guns. As Captain Seaforth pointed out, you'd take a 28 gun 12 pounder, a ship with 28 gun 12 pounders, and you'd rebuild it for 24 pounder for 18 pounders, and that would tend to reduce the number of guns you'd carry. I was asking, so how HMS Africa got away down? Well, we'll get into that in a bit with HMS Africa, but basically, Africa's on her way down to reinforce Nelson and has been sent down there. And when she arrives, she decides she's going to reinforce Nelson, but there's no point in taking, because she'd have to sail all. Well, look at her. I quickly get rid of this. Not this one. This one. And I do this. Look at Africa. She's all the way up here. If she was going to form up behind Nelson, she'd have to sail all the way down there and then come back in again. That would be wasteful of energy and time. You know, she is trying to save the planet, one gust of wind at a time, by getting in closer. Andrew Reynolds, according to Trafalgar Day photos on social media, HMS Victory still does not have a mouse. Thank you. Jeff Bybee, hello, Jeff. I like Dr. Clarke. I love your knowledge and subject, but so often you stop talking for so long. I think I have lost the connection. Oh, sorry. If I stop talking, usually it's because I'm hunting for a picture for someone because they've asked a question. Like with this one, I have other maps in there, but I asked what's the best map, and as I said, this is the most accurate one of the maps which is available, and that's freely available. You can have. There is a lovely atlas which I'm not allowed to use. Around cash, admirals in the Falklands had no accurate idea of the exact location of the ships, so you have to take maps from 180 years earlier with a pinch of sea salt. A huge pinch of sea salt. For instance, let's see. Are frigates on the far side of the battle? What would happen if they were on the engaged side? The frigates would be on the far side of the battle because they'll be repeating signals. So they'll be repeating messages backwards and forwards between the admirals and the other ships and making sure they see the messages. and they will always move to the unengaged side. So whichever, it doesn't matter which side they start off with, they'll move to the unengaged side. Where does the blame for the French defeat at Trafalgar lie? Napoleon. Seriously, no problem with losing ships to wrecks. Generally fewer survivors than losing a battle. Large amount were lost on all hands, especially in storms of hurricane. Thanks. There's a list. I'm reading it somewhere as well. Yeah, I know. As I said, I do know where the claims and the accounts that come from, but I have. How do I put it? Let's put it this way. The Royal Navy couldn't have kept growing its fleet if it kept losing 100 ships a year. Even in a bad year, it couldn't be replacing that quickly. So there are some problems with the stats, and then it comes down to you look through the stats and go, oh, that's the reason they have for that one. And it's because of what they're including pretty much every ship which is operating anywhere vaguely near the Royal Navy under the number or under the details of Royal Navy. And you don't mind that one, but you know. It does cause issues. It does. Right, I'm just adding in timestamps because someone's just messaged me and gone, how do I catch up? Sorry. I should have been doing this as I was going. And I have to admit, I am just putting in basic timestamps. I'm not doing anything fancy. Now, this is the officer who I would argue, by merit, should have actually been in charge. If you consider the battles he's been involved in, you consider Napoleon's own writing about him, and you consider that he's in charge of the Prince of Ostris, a Santa Ana class, first rate ship of the line. And this picture down the bottom is, of course, of Santa Ana. The one on top is Prince de Ostris. But I couldn't find a picture like that of the Prince of Ostris. And they're both 112 gun ships. They are first rates. They are capable vessels. They're useful. They are good quality ships. And that's the other thing about the Spanish Navy. They are far better quality built ships. They are far tougher ships than their French counterparts. Most reliable. Charging the guns. Medieval 81. Were French ships begin to be designed better after the Battle of Trafalgar? After Trafalgar, Napoleon began a huge shipbuilding program to overwhelm the Royal Navy by numbers of ships. Could he? No, he couldn't. I'm sorry, but the same problems which work against the Germans outbuilding the Royal Navy work against the French outbuilding the Royal Navy. You can order all the ships you want. You can give instructions, but if you're not going to fund them, and he doesn't have the money, and if you haven't got the construction facilities to actually construct them, and the seasoned wood to do it, you can't. And a large number of the ships he builds end up being captured, and ships he built end up being captured by the Royal Navy as well. You have to remember there are a few ships captured by the French, HMS Berwick, and a couple others in their time, but there are far more ships captured by the British. So they have not only their own construction, but the French construction supporting them. And they tend to keep more ships at sea, so their crews tend to be better and more available. And when the French do come out, they tend to get against them. And you have, of course, people like Federico Gandavina, Spanish gentleman, who Napoleon promptly annoys Spain. Garina dies in 1806 due to wounds. from the Battle of Trafalgar. And as I said, there is this. The thing I like about Gravina, there are two little stories I'm going to repeat about Gravina because I always think he is worth it. Federico Gravina. The first thing I like to point out is the Gibraltar Chronicle. Not the world's most pro-Spanish paper, especially when you consider he'd taken part in the actual siege of Gibraltar. Right. Spain loses in Gravina the most distinguished officer in her navy, one under whose command her fleets, though sometimes beaten, always fought in such a manner as to merit the ecumenes of their conquerors, i.e. the ecumens of their conquerors, i.e. the respect of their conquerors. He was a capable admiral. Napoleon, of course, wrote, Gravina is all genius and decision in combat. If Villeneuve had those qualities, the Battle of Finisterre would have been a complete victory. Napoleon does obsess about the Battle of Finisterre. He thinks that could have been a win. I don't think Calder was going to muck up that much. I don't think Calder was going to win outright super win it like on the grounds of like Nelson, etc. But I don't think Calder was going to lose it to the extent that Napoleon seems to think he was. And on his deathbed, Gravina apparently said, although I find this very, very unlikely, but it's apparently said this. There's a few sources which say it. I'm not sure. It sounds a bit made up to me. I am a dying man, but I die happy. I am going, I hope and trust, to join Nelson, the greatest hero that the world perhaps has produced. I'm not so sure about that, but there does seem to be a lot of respect between the British and the Spanish admirals. There was even some respect for Villeneuve, honestly, in that they realized he'd been given an impossible task. They had a look at their ships and decided they were mucky. The Royal Navy doesn't like dirty ships. Hello, Spencer Kremen. Senator, what is the lowest rank of officer that's ever commanded a ship of the line? I mean, in Majesty, a lieutenant. Probably, I think that they were lieutenants, but I think they were something like the 5th or 6th lieutenant. They were not that high up the pecking order. Going something. She was separated from the fleet during the night before and came in from a different direction. Africa was supposed to be. There's different details around Africa, but the thing is, she was supposed to join up with the fleet earlier, and she didn't manage to make it. She was separate. They say separated before the battle, but she was supposed to really have joined. She just joined and then didn't join, and it came in. She then arrives at the battle from a different direction, and takes part. She'd been separated from the battle from the fleet. It's one of those interesting things. She's technically a reinforcement coming down. She's been sent as a reinforcement. She joins up the fleet, sort of, then manages to lose them, and then finds them again on the battle time. Which is why Digby has been separate from all the preparations. But that doesn't really matter in the case of Africa, because let's see, Digby has quite a lot of experience. Quite a lot of experience. And that's the advantage, really. If you've served in enough ships and you've built up enough experience, you know what you're going to do. And that's the whole point about the Royal Navy's experience-based system, really. Anyway, right, explaining quickly Royal Navy seniority admirals. So, the lowest rank of admiral, well, you do have commodores, but they're captains appointed for purposes, so they're commodore pennants. They're literally appointed Sir Richard Strachan. be a Commodore when he's first sent to sea, and then he's promoted to Rear Admiral Blue. Goes Rear Admiral Blue, Rear Admiral the White, Rear Admiral the Red. Vice Admiral the Blue, Vice Admiral the White, Vice Admiral the Red. Admiral the Blue, Admiral the White. Then Admiral the Red, created in 1805. And then Admiral the Fleet, created in 1688. Always a fun one. You have to remember you don't necessarily... You sometimes get promoted up through each of these in turn. You can skip levels if you do well in battle and are considered good. It's a way of promoting good officers over less capable officers who prove themselves less capable. And there's also, of course, the Yellow Squadron, which is for those officers who are not really going to be employed, but they want to. They feel they want them as an admiral anyway, for some skills, and they don't have to make you an admiral once you reach seniority of the captain. You have to remember that the admiralty doesn't have to make you a captain. There's often make you an admiral. There's often a thing that once you get to seniority, you get made an admiral automatically. They have ways around that. Trust me, they do. If they really want to use them, they're not always politically great, but they can use them. Full admiral time. Cornwallis is a full admiral. Nelson is Vice Admiral of the White. Is he Vice Admiral of the Blue or the White? I think he's Vice Admiral of the White, and various Calder, etc. is a Rear Admiral of the Blue. And Collingwood, I think, is a more senior Rear Admiral of the Blue. Or is he Vice Admiral of the Blue? I think he's Vice Admiral of the Blue. Or does he go? Sorry, I will remember in a second when I check their squadrons out. Anyway, these sort of roles are originally set up when the Royal Navy is only 3 squadrons: the Red Squadron, the non-already seniority, the White Squadron, the Blue Squadron, the Red Squadron. Well, no, the Red Squadron is senior. So, and you have to remember the White Squadron is supposed to be the van, the Red Squadron the center, and the Blue Squadron the rear. Okay? So the White's at the front of the fleet, then it comes the Red, then it comes the Blue. Red would have the Admiral in charge of the fleet in it to control the whole battle. White have their own senior admiral, and the Blue have their own senior admiral. And originally, you have roughly 9 admirals, because the Admiral of the fleet is also the Admiral of the Red Squadron. And then eventually they created up to 10 ranks because, well, they've started creating more than 9 admirals because they have a larger fleet to command. But it's still useful because it gives you gradations of admirals, and you can. It's, how do I put this? If you consider the modern structure to this day with the admirals, modern structure, it's seniority. And if you want to use a more junior rear admiral for something, you have to promote them to vice admiral. But you might not decide, and might not think they are actually worthy of being vice admiral, but that's your only option. In this period, you could go, well, right then. Well, yes, you're a rear admiral of the Blue currently. I'm going to make you a rear admiral of the Red, and I will send out as your deputy another rear admiral of the Blue, and that's fine. Because the Blue knows he's under the seniority of the Red. The Red is the more senior admiral. He has the red flag. They're in charge. It makes sense. Marcus Osmason, hello. What was the construction difference between the French and Spanish ships? Just quality or different framing, thicker planking? Quality of wood. The Spanish tended to season their wood for longer. They had longer running arsenals, and things like, they had the equivalent yards the British did, and they did tend to be slightly thicker planking and slightly heavier framing. because the Spanish were designing theirs for long oceanic voyages and then having to deal with the treasure fleet, etc. Next one, are there surviving accounts of how much better Africa shot than the French? There are a few. Did the French try to spin Trafalgar as a victory due to Nelson being killed? No. At no point do they try and spin it as victory. Frank Sono, what is the largest Spanish colony the British captured from them? I think at one point we captured Cuba. I'm not sure. I'm trying to remember. It's about largest colony. I don't think we took any of the South American ones at any point. So I think we did occupy Cuba at one point. There you go. Vice Admiral the White, Nelson. So, Knight Sectarian, two of the ships captured Trafalgar were HMS Berwick and HMS Swifter. Yes. Which annoyed Guantanamo so much because Guantanamo, or because he captured Swifter. Oh. Hello, Hieroglyph. All Britain's battles at sea are defensive and on the home field, and all countries which want to invade, yeah, that's that's an away game. There's just a real motive for one side to actually care. Yeah, that does happen. Seriously, Minorca was the most important Spanish island the Brits took, but not very big and not actually a colony. They conquered it once, gave it back, got a base there later after Spain switched sides. Minorca was useful. It was quite pretty. Seneca, who's the full admiral that time? Cornwallis, and I think not Vincent. I think it was one. There might have been. Was it the Duke of Cumberland? Duke of Cumberland? Was it? No, Cambridge. I think it was one of the royals. I'm not sure. They don't always have a full admiral. Well, it's going to sound strange, but you don't always have the top ranks filled. Theoretically, you're supposed to, but you know. Anyway, if prone to sea sickness, you're appointed to the Green Squadron. Well, no. Nelson, of course, is famously prone to sea sickness, but isn't white, so that's, tends to be more where it comes from. Shindarshan Pajari. Hello. Now, that's a lot of animals. It is when you realise they have, at certain points, they have 60 at each level. I.e., they have 60 vice admirals, 60 rear admirals, and about 30-odd variations of admirals. Submission on the Harrington series, sci-fi series has flag also organization. Am's red, green, blue, white X. That makes sense to me. I'd like to see why the NASA shirt for today. I couldn't find my Admiral shirt. The one with all the lovely things, and I'd used my Evolution sailing shirt, so I went with the Endeavour shirt today because it does have HMS Endeavour on here, and it's rather cool. Frank Sonner, when is the red, blue, white idea no longer in use? Should it be used again? Well, as I've said before, I think it should be used again if you start having a larger fleet. It's a very sensible thing if you start having a large navy, and as Honor Harrington using it for a space navy makes a lot of sense to me. Because it's either that or you have to develop a lot more ranks, and you don't want to do that. So it's a way of having gradations of the same rank without having to develop a lot of new ranks of admiral. And it's rather useful in that respect. I also think it stops being used really in the mid-ish 1800s. They start to get out the practice because the Royal Navy is no longer linked and grouped in that, and the admirals aren't linked and grouped in that, and they reform it and reform the Admiralty and these things. But it's quite interesting because some of the admirals are still referring to themselves in the mid 1800s as the Admiral the Red or the Admiral this, because they like the tradition, because they grew up in it. Hello, Brandon Larson. Okay. Oh, I caught up. That's good. I haven't got too far away. Run cash. So the Iron had a blue leader and a red leader, but where's the gold leader? That's the Monarch. That's why they have a gold crown. Hmm. Imagine 1981. Was there any tradition to copycat by Royal Navy and even later Japanese Navy to copycat decisive naval battle concept of Nelson and Trafalgar? This is going to sound strange. The trouble is for the Royal Navy is Trafalgar becomes the measure by which they're judged by. The problem with Jutland is it's not Trafalgar. The problem with a lot of the Royal Navy's successes in World War II is, as great as they are, they're not Trafalgar. The Royal Navy always has to compete with this super high ideal. And you can't necessarily replicate those events because, in the nicest way, the navies you're facing at Jutland is the German Navy has been as ill organized and prepared as the Franco-Spanish fleet was. At Jutland, Jellicoe would have been laughing, having a field day. Beatty might have even been able to do something decent then. So that's the trouble. You're facing people who have professionalized, and that's the advantage that the Royal Navy the major advantage the Royal Navy has, especially in later Napoleonic Wars, is they are a professional navy. And yes, there might be a patronage system. There might be slightly easier ways for people who are more connected to get ahead and get higher, more senior. But they can't really jump over certain hoops. They have to qualify for lieutenant. They have to pass exams. They have to spend time in service. And they have to have had sea time. And that's often one of the Royal Navy's ways of making sure captains don't get to admiral if they don't want to get admiral. They don't get enough sea time. Hello, Marcel Fieber. Multi-nomjadas. Hello, Spanish guy here. We used to blame everybody else except ourselves for a Trafalgar fleet. In your opinion, did Spanish admirals and Spanish fleet behave in Trafalgar? Sorry for English. They behaved very well. Honestly, as I've said several times, Gravina should have been. If you had been choosing your admiral on merit, Gravina should be in charge. And Collingwood was, of course, a vice admiral of the Blue. So that's why he'd been sent. So the Royal Navy has 2 vice admirals down at Trafalgar. And that's fine for them. They are happy to have 2 vice admirals down there. They also have Rear Admiral the Right Honourable Earl of Northesk as well. Another Rear Admiral down there. I'm not sure. What was he Rear Admiral of at the time? I think... Let me just check my normal backup place when I want to check it. By the way, if you don't know it, there is this great website called freedex.org, which is a wonderful place to go if you want to quickly, full of geeks who work really hard to put all the Age of Sail stuff together. And they have really done a very good job of making sure they've got things organized. So, at the Battle of Trafalgar, he's a Rear Admiral of the White. So they have a Rear Admiral of the White, a Vice Admiral of the White, and a Vice Admiral of the Blue there. And Robert Calder in 1804 is a Vice Admiral of the Blue. But he was junior to Collingwood. So if he'd stayed, the Royal Navy would have had 4 admirals there. 3 of them being Vice Admirals. and they wouldn't have had any problem with the command structure. There would have been no debate about the command structure, who was in charge, because it doesn't matter your commissioning date. Nelson, what are you? Vice Admiral of the White, you're in charge. Collingwood was in post more senior to Corda, so he's second in command, then Vice Admiral, then a Rear Admiral of the White. Fine, all organised. Whereas if we consider the Franco-Spanish fleet, they have Commodores, they have a Rear Admiral Pierre Dumont Le Pellet, they have Rear Admiral Baltasar Hidalgo de Senas, who is in charge of Santissima Trinidad, or Nuestra Senora de la Santissima Trinidad. They have, of course, Pierre Charles Villeneuve. They have Vice Admiral Ignacio Maria del Alvaro Nevate, Santa Ana. They have Algeciras, Rear Admiral Charles René Magon de Medin. And they have, on Principe de Ostras, they have Admiral Don Federico Carlos Gravina, and Rear Admiral Don Antonio de Escano, and Commodore Rafael de Ho. So technically, they have 8 senior officers there. The Royal Navy has 3. And the reason is because they come from so many ports. They each have their own little squadron and own little admiral. And this doesn't make for organization that great. It doesn't make organization that great. But also, they have a problem in that they don't have the integrated command structure and the command structure the Royal Navy enjoys because of the colour system. Because it's by seniority. Whereas the Royal Navy has got the white and the blues. There's no reds there. You notice there's no reds. The Royal Navy hasn't deployed any of the red admirals. Why? Because you don't want a vice admiral the red, because they would take command instead of Nelson, and you want Nelson to be in charge because this is going to be you want this to be a hard fight. No rear admirals are red. Well, there are a couple wandering around, but they're actually quite senior and quite useful. So most of them are sitting up with Cornwallis. So the Reds are mostly the rear admiral Reds are mostly with Cornwallis. The vice admirals of the Reds are mostly off on other attached squadron duties. They're around, but they're not being used for this because you've got Nelson, who you've made a vice admiral of the White. And after this battle, Collingwood becomes a vice admiral of the Red, which basically means he's senior enough to run the Mediterranean. And at no point does anyone really question him. Vision, if I recall correctly, these animals flew different naval ensigns, not just the white ensign. Yes, true. They would have color instead of the white. They would have different colors. In fact, the white ensign comes from the white squadron. Hello, Perry Redden. Hello. Frank Sanders, let's see. How much bigger would the RN need to be to use it again? Let's put it this way. You'd have to add a 0 onto the number of ships at least to justify it. Matt Ignorant, finding something interesting names on ships of Fort Trafalgar. There are some cool names there. Greg Sassy, RN trying to force a new Trafalgar in World War One. IJN trying to force a new Tsushima in World War Two. In both cases, the nature of the opponents had changed. Well, it's going to sound strange. The RN weren't trying to force another Trafalgar in World War One. They didn't expect it. The public expected it. And that's the difference between the Royal Navy and the Japanese Navy. The Japanese Navy in World War II, to an extent, a large chunk of them does expect another Tsushima. This is the whole decisive battle, Kantei-Kessen doctrine. The Royal Navy doesn't expect another Trafalgar at World War. For them, weaponry's changed. For them, tactics have changed, and the ships have changed, and the opponents have changed. World War I is not the Battle of Napoleonic Wars. The Royal Navy understands this. Now, of course, as we've been over, and as I've mentioned in the video and the various videos, good old what's his name? Villeneuve manages to get away from Nelson because of Nelson's own trick. So as you can see, there's the route of the frigates and the route of the fleet. Now, what Nelson did was he wanted to, if you look at Barcelona, you'll see that he's trying to make it look like he's in the west, he's on the western side of the passage out of Toulon. So that's why he gets seen in Barcelona. And then he moves himself over to the eastern side. The idea being that Villeneuve will come towards him. Villeneuve doesn't come towards him because Villeneuve hears about this after he's at sea. He's actually heading towards him, but he doesn't come towards him because he basically finds out, hang on, there's enemy ahead. I better go I better go a different way. He does go a different way. But the trouble is, Nelson's priority is to defend the various possessions and things in the Mediterranean, because you don't know, this could be an army coming out to go and attack Egypt again, to make a move on India, or make a move anywhere else. So he has to go around and check the allies and do a trek around the Mediterranean. And then he comes back and goes, right then, he's not here. And so then he goes and checks Gibraltar. At which point, the lovely Villeneuve has already gone to Cartagena, where he has managed to get some ships out. Well, he's basically said, can you come with me? And they've gone, no. We haven't got orders from Madrid, and you don't outrank us. You're a mere vice admiral. Go away. Then he goes through, and he gets to Cadiz. He says again, will you come with me? And at Cadiz, Gravina goes, why are you being so rude? At which point, Gravina gets a message basically to follow him after he's left. Stop him being rude to our colonies, please. He's just going to cause trouble. Okay. So Gravina is pretty much going out there as Villeneuve's babysitter. Imagine that. Please, let us just go for something, Maz. This nice-looking gentleman is basically being sent to follow Dumois, the little faces in there, and Villeneuve around the world as their babysitter, because they keep being rude to Spanish officials. For example, does Trafalgar have an impact on ill-designed weapons in any way like Tsushima did? Not really, because it's mostly the apogee of the existing systems rather than new systems. The R in some regards became hoisted by their own petard. Enamored by Nelson's touch, but can never practice it. The issues of peace is a bad habits form. To an extent, but also you have to remember the Royal Navy is always quite a large navy. And how do I put this? The larger a navy is, the larger any organization is, the more likely you're going to be able to find people who will suit your argument, who will say things which suit you. For example, at the same time as the Royal Navy has the largest submarine arm in the world and is investing the most in submarines and development of submarines and has some of the best submarine technology going, it also has admirals talking about how submarines are ungentlemanly and terrible and shouldn't be used. So people often go, the Royal Navy didn't like submarines. This shows they're stuck in the mud. And you sort of go, have you actually looked at the budgets? Well, no, that doesn't matter. They might be investing in it. They might be building it. They don't like it. Look at this admiral. Well, in the nicest way, that's one admiral making that statement, and that admiral isn't used that often. In fact, is not used at all after he makes that statement. Whereas all these admirals who are involved and don't make any statements, and you don't use it. you can always find someone to justify your opinion, and you have to remember there are people who like to portray simply. They like to portray history simply, and for that there has to be good guys, bad guys, or good, bad, and there has to be decline and rise. You can't have everyone. You can't have rise and rise. You can't have one side being just as good as the other side in a different way. You have to have one side good, one side's great, one side's amazing, and one side's bad and terrible. Because that's easy history, and that sells books beautifully. It's not true. I hope if anyone takes anything away from the videos that I do, that Drakenfell does, that Jamie does, that any of our colleagues do on YouTube, any of the books we write or things we get involved, the thing you take away from it is that history is nuanced, history is context, and there is no such thing as a simple dichotomy of this good, this bad, this rise, this fall. It's very rare. You have things where you can say, that's incredibly bad, that's incredibly good. There's a few concepts, slavery, those things, which you can, madam, say bad, good. But if you talk about things like quality of the navies, the Royal Navy in the 1800s, you can sit there and go, yes, it's terrible, they're not doing it. And you go, well, hang on, this is also the Navy of Parker, of Hornby, of all these officers who are actually very good officers. Really? It's a bad Navy? Well, how come they're... And they're doing... Okay, they're not fighting battles, but they don't need to fight them. They win the battles without fighting them. Now, that's a skill in many ways they learned from Collingwood and other officers who preceded him. They win the battles without needing to fight them. So you then can say, oh, they're not that great. Well, you don't see them fighting battles, so you don't know how good they would have been or not. You just have a theoretical model in your head, which you can... Let's be honest, we can all adapt theoretical models to prove whatever we want to prove. Vision. Grace Arcee, free decks in it's good content, but someone needs to tell them about readability. Tiny blue text on a blue background is not. It does make life interesting. Animal 6365, what kind of ship do you see Nelson commanding during World War I and World War II if you transported him to those wars? If he's an admiral, he's probably going to be in a battle cruiser. In World War I, he would have loved battle cruisers. He would have used them as battle cruisers were supposed to be. Nelson would have basically gone, Jellicoe, you can have the Grand Fleet. I want the battle cruiser force. At which point, Beatty would have probably gone, but I'm an admiral of the... I'm an admiral. You're only a vice admiral. Oh, you're Nelson. Stop. Okay, you can have it. I can imagine Beatty crying a lot at that point, but no, Nelson would have wanted the battlecruiser force. And that would have been interesting, because Nelson versus Hipper would have been an interesting combination. That's a great question, but it seems nothing technical changed because of it. Although some changes happen anyway, like settings braces. Mostly the change was the way they was perceived. I think that's what I said. Was the White Ensign adopted for the entire island specifically because of Nelson Trafalgar, or were there other factors involved? Yes, but also that was the senior squadron. Yeah, John, you mentioned a while back you're enforcing a diet act. You're looking good. I have lost exactly 3 kilograms so far. Thank you. But no, I am... So I'm going down moderately. Let's put it this way. I am doing a diet, but I'm doing it... And this is my advice to anyone who's out there, okay? The reason I'm dieting is dieting and then combining with exercise is that I'm a historian. I spend my life sitting down. I had to do it more enforced during COVID because I couldn't go to the gym and things, which I normally used to balance it. Now back in the gym, and I'm being good about what I eat. It's a Lad Iron Brew about 3 days a week. Thursdays, Sundays, and I've got one more bottle I'm allowed to have over the other 4 days. Well, 4 or 5-ish days. So, I've been talking a lot about in the videos about the Benny Hill stuff. And I'll just add on the losing weight stuff. That's 3 kilograms I've lost over about 6 weeks. So it's about a kilogram every other week. And that's combining exercise and diet. So it's really not going to... Whenever you're dieting, don't crash diet. Don't try and do things which you don't do normally. One of the reasons why I still drink Iron Brew when I'm dieting is that if I stopped it completely and then I get to stop the diet and I start drinking, my body's just going to go, whoa, and take all the sugar and get back up. There's no point. Moderation, calorie counting to an extent, is a far better route than denying yourself of stuff completely. In my experience. And I'm a doctor of history, not of medicine. Or dietitian. Okay. So, the traits of West Indies. This is the classic point where people go, well, the French could have made it. Not really. You have the fact is that Nelson gets back and he's covering Gibraltar with what's of Ord squadrons there. And there is Calder at Finisterre. And then Nelson goes up to reinforce the Channel Fleet when Gibraltar's empty, because his next fear is they're going to go to the Channel. They're going to go after the Channel Fleet, because if they combine, if the Brest Fleet breaks out, that's the more dangerous place. And there's a squadron already watching Finisterre. The fact is, they turn up in Finisterre after Nelson's already gone past. Otherwise, you could have had a very interesting Battle of Finisterre, which would have had Calder's squadron and Nelson's squadron. And that could have been very bad for the French, because if you think about that, at the Battle of Finisterre, the French have 20 ships a line. Franco-Spanish fleet is 20 ships a line, and Calder is 15. If Nelson's there with his, by that point, 12 ships, I think he's got, then that would be 27 Royal Navy versus 20 Franco-Spanish ships, with Nelson in charge. Don't take this the wrong way, but if he does his... Probably at that point, he would do 3 columns, each of 9, going up against 20 ships. At which point you have 9 going for your head, 9 going for your stern, and 9 going for your center. That's not a good scenario. And there is another Rear Admiral with Calder at the battle, who is Sir Charles Sterling. Is at the battle. So, there is another Rear Admiral there. So he has got someone. He would have someone to run. I think he would have had he had another Rear Admiral with him. So he would have had 3 Rear Admirals. He could put 1 in each column, and he'd have probably led a column himself, knowing Nelson. And that could have been a very interesting Battle of Cape Finisterre, but it doesn't happen. And the reason it doesn't happen is because they're running around trying to hunt this fleet down. Let's see, how do you not have a victory shirt? I haven't managed to buy one yet. The H-89, it's fun, and Sharp agrees naval warfare is far more brutal. It is. It's basically it's all the power and fury of an artillery exchange at close range sometimes. When Nelson diverged his plan for Trafalgar, did his officers all agree with him, or add to it, or did they just obey? They talked it through, but they worked out. They pretty much agreed with the idea. They modified it, Some of them, some ships swapped columns from his idea because they felt it was better. They felt they would be better in different in each column, depending on the performance of their ship, and they would make their case. He does seem to have worked it through with them. Too much. I think there's a little overcompensation over the British submarine force being overshadowed by Germans, US, Italians, Dutch, and Japanese. By no fault of their own, they were overshadowed. It's not so much overcompensation as it can come across as overcompensation on submarine force because the traditional narrative has been quite so the RN were bad at submarines. The moment you start saying the RN weren't that bad at submarines and here's why, because it has gone so far that way, you automatically look like you're going that way because you have to spend half your book arguing against that position. So if you think about it, because the established narrative is over here, and you're trying to present a narrative which is, let's say this is roughly the center, and you're saying actually they're slightly better than that, so they're about here, not over here. But you have to spend your entire time arguing against that, so it looks like you're arguing over there because you're spending your entire time trying to deal with the existing narrative. Once the existing narrative has become less solidly interpreted, less of something fixed on, it's become more of a mixed discussion. You'll probably see books which can concentrate solely on making the case for a here, and those will establish a position. But it's going to take probably another decade or two for that. History doesn't change quickly, its interpretation. The idea that a single book will change the entire reinterpretation of history is wrong. What happens more normally is that there are a foundation of books that come along, and then there's one which finally tips the scale, and that becomes the book of the generation. And everyone must read that. And reality, it's built upon, it's kind of like a pyramid. It's built on a base of lots of our books moving the ground slowly. 290. Did Nelson's previous injuries have much effect on his ability to command? Not really. His main compensation was for the fact he was small, which is why he had one of the tallest captains in the fleet, Captain Hardy. Basically, he picked him because he was the tallest pair of eyes he could get hold of. And a very competent naval officer. So you have to remember what Nelson needs is he needs someone who's got a good pair of eyes and can interpret what he's seeing and can give him the information he's asking for when he needs it. And in turn, he's training up Hardy for senior command. Knights current. How mucked up is Napoleon if every British ship except for HMS Victory, Achille, Naid, and Tonnant was changed for the Age of Steel ships that bear their name? Let's put it this way: he wouldn't have had a fleet or much land left. Especially if you go for the most modern ship to carry their name. There's a fair number of battle class destroyers, which would have been really interesting in this period. I'm sorry, I'm just imagining some of the battle class destroyers in various battles dealing with these ships and going, hello, yes, I have rapid firing 4.5-inch guns, which actually will go off when they go through you, whereas our bigger 15-inch cousins will just pass straight through you. My gosh, wow, well done, Dr. Clarke. My wife said you had lost weight as soon as she saw you on the screen tonight. Thank you. So Mrs. Cash. Hello. Meadow 81. Was there any Band of Brothers tradition in French or Spanish captains like Nelson's Band of Brothers? There could have been. They have potential for it, but the trouble is they don't really spend as much time at sea. You need a lot of... The trouble is when you're back in port, and the Royal Navy finds as well, when you're in port and back closer to the UK, politics break up your fleet. The politics and the vision of the local fighting. When you're away at sea, you have the common enemy, that is the sea, and then you have the enemy that forges the bonds. And that's why in the Navy, it's often not that great at politics because they don't play politics that often because they don't have the choice to it. If they start playing politics, then they could quickly lose ships, if not a whole fleet. Frank, sorry, what speed did this battle happen at? Very, very slowly. We're talking single digits miles per hour. And this is the point. Okay. The Battle of Cape Finisterre takes place after the chase phase. And then August, September, October. It's not exactly straight on. The Franco-Spanish fleet is in Cadiz. They occasionally pop out, but they get scared back because they see HMS Dragon and a couple of beat-up frigates and think it's the Channel Fleet coming to kill him. Villeneuve has always seen the Channel Fleet. Villeneuve is obsessed that he's going to get wiped out by the Channel Fleet. Strange enough, he never actually fights the Channel Fleet, but he's always sure they're coming to kill him. Really, he needed to be more worried about Nelson. And the Royal Navy pretty much within a week, as close as they can to dispatch Collingwood to take charge of the blockade of Cadiz. And then they send Nelson down. they basically go, right then, who are our two meanest, nastiest vice admirals we have as far as the enemy concerned? Collingwood, you're already at sea. Go. Nelson, once you got your ship out of harbour, because after he's gone to the channel, drops his ships off the Channel Fleet, he goes and takes Victory into harbour to get her re-victualled and re-watered and sorted out so he can take her out again. Go. And they have them sitting there. And then Caldwell comes home. And this is the point about Caldwell. He brings home a 98 gunner. It's just, why? And of course, Napoleon, as he says, writings, if Admiral Villeneuve, instead of entering Ferrol, had contented himself with rallying out the Spanish squadron and had sailed for Brest to join Admiral Ganfel, my army would have landed. It would have been all over with England. Really? Okay, Napoleon. Every time you talk about this, you are talking twaddle. Because here is what happens. Villeneuve, if he goes to Brest, the frigate would arrive quickly with Caldwell. Nelson would have already was on his way. Now Caldwell would have come up, and Calder would have come up. Caldwell would have come up, and Calder. I'm not from Caldwell there. Would have come up, and would have reinforced Cornwallis. Nelson would have came up and reinforced Cornwallis already, and you would have had 27 odd ships, plus the fleet Cornwallis has, sitting there outside Brest going, do you want to come play? Please come play. It would have changed Cadiz for Brest, but it really wouldn't have changed the outcome of the battle. Other than Cornwallis would have got to lead one of the columns, probably. What has seen more brutal is hand-to-hand combat with cutlasses and bristols at close range. Most crews are not sound against a well-planned boarding and a well-led boarding. What is Nelson's family background? Middle class. Middle class. As said, his father was a clergyman, Grace Graham Hanlon says. Grace Elsie, Pierre Charles Jean-Baptiste Sylvestre Camacho de Villeneuve. Do you see the Channel Fleet? Pretty much. That's his obsession. Is the Channel Fleet. Hello, Stafford. How's it go? Country parson as a father. His mother was related to Walpole's, and his uncle was an RN captain who fought and had won a battle of his own on Trafalgar Day a few decades earlier. Napoleon thinks his ships have steam engines. Napoleon thinks his ships have something. He certainly does think they have something. I'm not sure whether it's steam engines or... Now, let's see. I have a picture of Santissima Trinidad, which I was going to put up here now. And I'm going to put up. Yeah. There we go. There is the Santissima Trinidad, or a representation of it. And it's cute. 4 decks, 136 guns. This is interesting, the fleet, and it's interesting, the operations and the questions. You have to remember also that Africa was supposed to have been apparently 4th from last in the league column, which means she was supposed to have been behind Cuthbert Collingwood, but instead she attacks from the top and joins the and ends up coming down to the weather column. So, you might as well. There is also, you have to remember, at the Battle of Trafalgar, there is HMS Thunderer under the command of Lieutenant John Stockham, who is an acting captain. And also that during the battle, Lieutenant William Price Cumby takes command of HMS Bellefonte because Captain John Cook is killed. So does Lieutenant William Hanna take command of HMS Mars because George Duff is also, I think, killed. Honestly, the Lee column does suffer quite heavily. And here are the here are the fleets. So, attacking the head of the Franco-Spanish fleet, Africa, a 2-decker, 64, under the command of Captain Henry Digby. Weather column, HMS Victory, 3-decker, 104 gun, Vice Admiral Lord Nelson and Captain Thomas Masterman Hardy. Then Temeraire, 3-decker, 98 gun, Captain Eliab Halvey. And Neptune, 3-decker, 98 gun, Captain Thomas Francis Fremantle. Leviathan, 2-decker, 74, Captain Henry William Bainton. Conqueror, 2-decker, 74. Then Britannia, a 3-decker, 100-gun ship, Rear Admiral the Right Honourable Earl North Escombe Captain Charles Bullen. Agamemnon, 2-decker, 64. Ajax, 2-decker, 74. Orion, 2-decker, 74. And Minotaur, 2-decker, 74. And Spartite, 2-decker, 74. Under Captain Sir Francis Laforet. Now, what you notice very quickly is that there are 11 ships in the weather column, that Africa was supposed to be in the lee column, and the lee column is the heavier fleet. So here's the question. Where do we think Caldwell would have been with his 98-gun ship? Well, interesting discussions seem to have put that if he had been there, he would have been in the weather column. So there would have been another 98-gun ship in the column with Nelson. Would have been useful to have. Don't we agree? Especially when you consider, in terms of 98-gun ships, they have HMS Dreadnought, HMS Prince, HMS Neptune, and HMS Temeraire. So they have 4 98-gun ships. So another 98-gun ship would be a noticeable increase in that capability. And would have been really quite useful. The lead column, Royal Sovereign, under the command of Vice Admiral Cuthbert Collingwood and Captain Edward Rotherham. Then there's Belle-Isle, 2-decker, 74. Mars, 2-decker 74. Tonnant, 2-decker 80 gun. Bellerophon, 2-decker 74. Colossus, 2-decker 74. Achille, 2-decker 74. Revenge, 2-decker 74. Polyphemus, 2-decker 64. Swifter, 2-decker 74. Dreadnought, 3-decker 98. Defiance, 2-decker 74. Thunderer, 2-decker 74. Defense, 2-decker 74. And Prince, a 3-decker 98. And then you have attached the Euryalus frigate, Naid frigate, Phoebe frigate, Cirrus frigate, Pickle schooner, and Entreprenante, a cutter, 10 gun. The Allied order of battle: 33 ships of the line, 7 attached. Neptune, a 2-decker 80 gun ship of Spain. Then Scipion, 2-decker 74, France. Rayo, 3-decker 100 gun, Spain. Under Commodore Don Aniki McDonnell. If you're wondering, that is a interesting name. Formidable, 2-decker 80 gun, France. Then it's under Rear Admiral Pierre Dumont-Lepelle. Durguy Trujon, a 2-decker 74. Mont Blanc, 2-decker 74. San Francisco at the Oasis, 2-decker 74. San Ernestine, 2-decker 74. Heros, 2-decker 74. And it's gone basically France, France, Spain, Spain, France. And as you can see, it goes through. First thing you notice is that they have mixed up the different ships. They have got French and they have got British, Spanish ships. In many ways, they are still in sailing formation. Now, you can argue they've mixed up the split of the fleets because they don't want either side feeling they can desert the other. But of course, famously, Dumont will go away with 4 ships. So, you know, I'm not sure, but there you go. Dumont's at the front, and he escapes with the French ships at the front, whilst good old Don Enrique McDonnell tries to fight it. They are a fairly formed fleet. But this looks like a combat fleet. This looks like a sailing fleet in its order. This is structured. You can see the structures. Yes, it's in 2 columns. Yes, it's been 4. The point I'm making is that they have a far better trained fleet and they can do this. This is a fleet which is not only having to deal with it's having to deal with linguistic barriers, organizational barriers, ship handling barriers, methodology barriers. They're trying to build a fleet based on lowest common denominator. And for that, they've picked an admiral who is really not the best admiral they could have had. Medal 81. What is the importance of the naval battle of Cable Teagle after Trafalgar? It finishes off everything. Susan 90. Was it common for Royal Navy commanders who suffered injuries like Nelson's to keep command? Yes. You only retired if you felt you weren't up to it. Graham Hunter. Frank, there's still Noel Nelson, but that comes down by his brother's line. Frank's Hunter, let's see. What was the famous flag saying that Nelson saying that where just before battle? Well, you know, there you go. England expects that every man will do his duty. There were some issues. And that is the reason I have spelt it out as that, because it was flying from HMS Victory at one point, and there's a picture of that on Wikipedia, and it's that picture, actually. because my picture of it wasn't as good. I didn't quite get the flags right. Anyway, England, as you can see, has an actual set of signal flags, 3 flags for it. Then expects has 3 flags. That has 3 flags. Every free combination of 3 flags for it. Man will do his, and then duty for some reason doesn't have a 3 flag combination. And if you look at that, you can see all the flags and where they're flying and what they add up to. Not all of them are quite shown in that picture, but as I said, it's better than the one I got. And there are lots of stories about how there were different words picked and he was looking for different words. And honestly, he probably was. He probably experimented with little ones, but he was trying to do what the Nelson touch is. And Nelson touch really is humor. Nelson touches, he makes his crews happy and laugh, you know. At Copenhagen, he says, I have the right to be blind sometimes, when he puts his telescope to his blind eye. So he doesn't have to so he can ignore the signal. And that makes his crews laugh. England expects every man to do his duty. That's going to make them laugh. Yes, there is a seriousness in tone, but it's also going to make them laugh a bit, because they're going to think about their little admiral, who they trust to take care of them, has sent this out. Has sent them a message. Is it true that was an inspiration order? There are options for what they could be. Naomi Kwan. Hello, Naomi. Mrs. Cash here. I want my TV back. Oh, I understand. I like it. Hello, Naomi. And welcome. You know what you should do? You should get him to buy buy you a bigger TV for yourself as well, so you can have 2 TVs, and make him listen to me on headphones. Yeah. That's what I do. Okay. Greg Salsey. As the story goes, expects was 1 flag in the codebook. Confides had to be spelled out. Yeah, well, expects was, as you can see, 3 flags, but like duty would have to be spelled out and would be a lot longer. Secret 90. Supposedly the message annoyed Collingwood when he saw it. It didn't annoy Collingwood. This is one of the stories that comes about, and it's the joy of the whole wrapping up of history. Collingwood sees these flags flying, and then sees all the frigates having to repeat the order, and looks at it and goes, couldn't he have made it shorter? Because it's now having to be repeated through the fleet, and it's just taking is it just taking forever? Because it's a very long message. Paul Johnson, I have a book by Peter Goodwin in which he lists all the ships Trafalgar and gives their service records. Have you seen it? Yes. I haven't got it somewhere. Hello, Melody 6040. Episode 4. There was also prepared to anchor because he saw the storm coming. Yeah, he was trying to order the fleet to anchor because he thought that was sensible, but Collingwood countermands it and goes, "No, don't anchor. We're riding this one out. Oh, we're riding through this one and getting away from the rocks as far as we can. There you go. It comes to yes. What signal was being ignored? Another 6040. The signal was Parker at Copenhagen. And basically, Parker sees what's happening at Copenhagen and goes, I will send a signal that Nelson will ignore if everything's fine, but if it's not fine, he can use my order as his reason for withdrawal. And that is the withdrawal order. And then Nelson just goes, nope, engage more closely, keep going. I'm ignoring that one. Thanks for that. Let's see. What if BT had made that signal? What would it have said instead? Probably, if BT had made that signal and had Seymour doing it, that's the other thing. If Nelson was running the battlecruiser fleet, there would be no problems with the signal communications. He would have that book down. In fact, Nelson had radio. Nelson with radio would be something I would pay to listen into. Nelson and radio. He would be trying his hands at inspirational speeches by radio. He would probably, if BT had tried to send that order, he would have probably mucked it up some point. It would have been England expects every man to do his duty or something. Right then, this is the more artistic version of what I showed you earlier. And it does have a slight advantage. Because, A, it has this small map which shows you the Cape of Trafalgar and shows you how far it is really to the Straits of Gibraltar and where the action takes place. That the Franco-Spanish fleet has made it out of Cadiz and trying to sail through the Straits of Gibraltar to get back to. Now, people often think they're going to Toulon, but I honestly don't think the Spanish ships are going to Toulon. I think they might be going into Cartagena. I think that's where the Spanish are aiming for. I don't know where the French are aiming for. Probably Toulon, but the Spanish are not going back with them to Toulon. They wouldn't do that. And we have the fleet involved. And what's always good about this is it does give you the yellow and blue and the red. So you can see the British in their red, all nicely gussied up. You can pick out where the Spanish are. If you're very quick, you can pick out where the 4 ships are of the French that managed to get away. And if you look through the rest of the fleet, you can see what happens to them. You can work out what happens to them literally by their positioning. Calm Gosman, was their voice radio at Jutland or Morse? Morse. But still. Nelson with Morse. It would have been England expects every great, and it would be Great Britain expects every man to do his duty to the utmost with all efforts. Senegal, what if HMS Africa was just leadership on number 9? That is actually what the Franco-Spanish fleet thought at first point. They thought that that's a third column coming to them. And honestly, there is a little bit of a secret thing in me that sometimes thinks that Digby had somehow heard that Nelson's plan originally called for 3 columns. And he decided that it was better if there were 3 columns. And the only way there was going to be, as there weren't enough ships, the only way there was going to be a 3rd column was if he went off and provided the 3rd column with Africa. It could have been an interesting thing. And it is a... Okay, well, I'm going to start talking about the battle. in proper terms now. So, in setting up for it, the Spanish and the Franco-Spanish fleet had started leaving port on the 20th of October. They had started going out. And on the 2nd of October, that is, I don't know, HMS Queen, Canopus, Spencer, Zealous, and Tigra, along with the frigate Endymion, had actually been sent to Gibraltar under Rear Admiral Sir Thomas Louis for supplies. Those ships were then diverted to convoy duty in the Mediterranean, although Nelson had expected them to return. So, how do I put this? There is a very real option if those ships had returned that you have a Royal Navy squadron of 32 versus them. And then you also lose Caldwell, the Calder's flagship, on the 15th of October. Because he goes home. So, again, there is a very real possibility. If Calder stays, if Queen, Canopus, Spencer, Zealous, and Tigra are there, you end up with the Royal Navy having 33 to the Franco-Spanish fleet of 33. In which case, you probably do have 3 columns of 11 going in. Or you might have... This is going to sound strange again. You might end up with, rather like you did have, you might end up with a 15, probably a 10. Well, probably you'll end up with a 13, a 13, a 10, and a 10, or a 13, a 11, and a 9, possibly. He might have adapted it, but the odds are you end up with a fairly decent combination force. But those ships are all lost because of various other duties. That also shows you the confidence of the Royal Navy, because the Royal Navy has the confidence to send off officers, to send off ships to other operations, even though they are expecting battle imminently in Trafalgar. Now, it's on the 16th of September that Nelson gave his orders for basically at... Well, no, it's on the 16th of September that Napoleon... Sorry, it's the trouble having too many nens and on lines, one after the other. Napoleon gives his orders for the French and Spanish fleets at Cadiz to put to sea at the first favourable opportunity, to join with 7 Spanish ships of the line then in Cartagena, and go to Naples and land the soldiers they carried to reinforce his troops there, then fight decisively if they met a numerically inferior British fleet. So he's actually, by this point, has given up on the invasion of Britain, which is why they'll be going around. But he might have returned to the idea later. And this is the thing. The Trafalgar stops it as an idea. Because at no point after Trafalgar is the French fleet ever going to be strong enough to wipe the English fleet from the sea. The Franco-Spanish fleet is dependent upon the Spanish for the first rates. They have no second rates. So the British have third rates and second rates. The British have 3 first rates, which have less guns than their Spanish counterparts, but they're not that badly off in comparison. And they have 4 second rates. So they have more in that category. Third rates, the Franco-Spanish force has 29 to the Royal Navy's 20. And so that's the real advantage. The real advantage for the Franco-Spanish fleet is in third rates. But that is in some regards made up for by 3 second rates. And again, you start talking about the options. Again, if the scenario had been slightly different, and if Thomas Lewis had been able to get back to Nelson with supplies, and he'd been dispatched on the 2nd of October. He should have been able to make it to Gibraltar and get back. If he hadn't been sent on convoy duty, he would have been. You would have had second rate, third rate, third rate, third rate, and third rate. So you would have had another second rate and 4 more third rates. If you'd had HMS Prince of Wales there as well, you could have had 2 more for second rates and 4 more third rates. So if you think about that, we'd be talking about a very different battle, because it'd be a case of, well, Nelson should win this battle, because if he doesn't win, he has 6 second rates, they have none. He has 24 third rates, they have 29. So they have an advantage of 5 third rates, but you have, to counter that, 5 second rates, which are more powerful than them. And then, yes, they have 1 more first rate than he does, but he can have a second rate to hold off that first rate. And a second rate is, let's put it this way, yes, a first rate is a lot more powerful in some respects than a second rate, but a well-handled second rate can more than keep a first rate busy for long enough for the other second rates to have finished off. So the Battle of Trafalgar is something which is not as fluidly set against the British as we think of it. We always think permanently that the British fleet is going to be outnumbered. But 2 decisions. Calder doesn't go home, and Thomas Louis squadron is sent back, and suddenly the British have the same number of ships there as the Spanish, as the Franco-Spanish, and they've all been at sea. That's a different option. Now, one of the things I find strange is that people always go, the prevailing orthodoxy is for fleets to approach each other in single line of battle and then engage in broadsides and parallel lines. This was orthodoxy perhaps in the Franco-Spanish fleet, but even there I would say the Spanish would muck around with it. But by this point, the only battle which the British had fought, which was remotely similar to that, was Finisterre, recently at this point. All the other battles had been not really what we call line of battle ones. And in fact, you can draw echoes of what Nelson does back to Camperdown, back to Cape St. Vincent, and back into sort of a few other battles by Hood, etc., in the 1790s. So you can say the British have been moving in this direction for 15 odd years. So there might be an orthodoxy, but there is a well-entrenched challenge to that old orthodoxy. So perhaps there's more an adaptive policy. And the people who tend to go with the orthodox approach tend to be the more conservative admirals, which are not necessarily the most. Mm-hmm. Ron Cash. Okay, Dr. Clarke. And everyone, I have to surrender the TV to the boss. I'll have to catch you later. Thank you. Take care. Take care, Ron Cash. Thanks for watching. And take care of the boss. Get her a cup of tea or something. Alfie Wright. Do you think Villeneuve killed himself or was murdered? I honestly tend to lead the line of murdered, but... sorry, how many ships were moved away shortly before the battle? And for what purposes? To replenish supplies, go and recover a convoy in the Mediterranean. Any Scottish in this battle? Lots of Scots in the battle. North Esk is a Scots title, but he himself was born in England. There's a few Scottish officers in this battle, flying there. But the reason, again, Nelson's using England is because Britain is not on the. Believe it or not, Britain wasn't on the list he could easily do. Jordan Newman, 290 at Jutland had radio. Jutland RN90 at Jutland had radio telegraphy. Captain Angelico kept sending messages to BT asking for status updates, even when they had no line of sight, which were ignored. If Seymour was signal officer, that makes sense. The man read one chapter of the SOI and thought he was a signalman. We won't leave that. Remember, before we get, I'm not going to get into Jutland, but I will always point this. Beatty was given a choice. He could pick Seymour, or he could pick an officer called Somerville. Somerville was considered the best signal officer in the fleet, and everyone was urging Beatty to take Somerville, but Seymour has better connections, so Beatty chooses him. So, in the nicest way, it's not Seymour's fault. Seymour is honest about his capabilities with BT and tries his best, but he isn't a good signals officer. He hasn't really committed himself to that area. That's not really his area of specialism, even, of what he's aiming for. He's a generic executive branch officer. He should have had a specialist signals officer, and the option was Somerville, but he doesn't go with him. Captain Seal, look at the tactical diagram of Commandant. It's almost identical to Trafalgar. Tasha Sue Vachel, Rodney at Saints Passage was a forerunner of Trafalgar. Yes, there does seem to be a policy here in this history of Royal Navy admirals who were senior, who were used to the fighting, coming up with breaking the plan of the line of attack. Once they had trained their fleet up, they could do that. During the period of blockade off the coast of Spain, Nelson actually has not just one dinner. There are 2 dinners when he has lots of captains there, but there are lots of other dinners when he has just a couple of captains as well. And he instructs them on his plan for approaching the battle. The order of sailing, and when the enemy is first sighted, and so everything is planned out well in advance. He also entrusts Collingwood with leading the other line for a very specific reason. Both him and Collingwood realise that leading from the front is going to matter in this battle. They're going to have to set the example. But again, let's put it this way. If you'd had Calder there, if you'd had the 5 other ships there and Louis there, you'd have had 2 more rear admirals there. You could have had another. You could have easily put another line together. But they're not there, so it's 2 lines. It's 2 columns. Also, Nelson ordered the ships of his fleet to be painted in the yellow and black pattern. Only later is known as Nelson's checker, and even then that's not quite accurate. That would make them easy to distinguish from their opponents, at which point they then found out that actually some of the enemy had painted themselves in a very similar style, helpfully. And the reason they're doing that is because sometimes the big flags aren't enough. Because you know those massive flags they carry? It's literally so they can be picked out as to which side they're on in the middle of a battle, which is full of smoke and fury and fire, kind of like this. And the reality is, even that doesn't always work. There are many reasons Villeneuve probably chooses to stick in one line, but honestly, I think it ultimately comes back to his fleet haven't sailed together. They haven't been able to do anything together. They've been stuck in Cadiz harbour. You cannot do much in Cadiz. You cannot fire your guns. You cannot You cannot sail around. You cannot practice fleet formations in Cadiz. You can't practice this. You can't do this, and you've got constant politics interfering in it. You've got Napoleon's commands. You've got various other ministers writing to you. You've got intrigues from Spain causing you trouble. It's a non-stop problem when you're in harbour that Nelson doesn't have to deal with. In September 1605, Villeneuve receives orders from Napoleon to sail to Cadiz from Cadiz to Naples. Villeneuve at first is optimistic, then has second thoughts, and then has a war council aboard his flagship Beausejour with the French some captains of the French fleet wish to obey Napoleon's orders, and the generals and army soldiers do. The Spanish captains and other French officers, including Villeneuve, thought it best to remain in Cadiz because, frankly, it wasn't that safe. There was this large fleet out there. And you have to remember, at times, we are talking a Royal Navy squadron of 32, 33 ships, i.e., a squadron as big as they were. This is what the Royal Navy has sitting off Cadiz, a squadron which is more practiced, more trained, because they're actually at sea. They're able to do firing practice every day and firing drill and actually fire their guns every day. And they are equally new in numbers. Villeneuve hears, of course, his replacements coming, and then he uses the fact that Louis' squadron had docked in Gibraltar, thus the British fleet must be weakened, as pretext for changing his the mind and going out to sea, even though it's really probably because of Rosalie reaching Madrid. And unfortunately, the weather doesn't help them, and it slows the progress of the fleet leaving the harbour, giving Nelson plenty of warning. And remember, the whole time, Nelson has a frigate sitting in sight of the harbour, watching the harbour, and a frigate further back from that, but in visual range with that frigate, and another frigate in visual range of that frigate, another frigate in visual range of that frigate, and that frigate in visual range of his fleet. So his fleet is sitting back, well away from the shore, so it ain't going to get bashed on the shore in any storm, but in communication range, so that quickly the Spanish are coming to sea. Oh, good. Form line. Let's get ready. Villeneuve originally draws up plans to form the force into 4 squadrons, each of both French and Spanish ships. Unfortunately, because a lot of the captains, especially the Spanish ones, and the admirals of the Spanish ones, didn't want to leave and didn't think leaving Cadiz was the sensible idea. Because they didn't think the fleet was any form to go up there and fight Nelson's fleet, whatever strength it was. They actually take a long time and take their sweet time actually going to sea. Which means that when they come out, they're in a sprawling, uneven formation, and Villeneuve first tries to order them into 3 columns from the 4 squadrons. That doesn't work, and then goes right then just a single line. Honestly, I can't be bothered with you all. None of you are trying. But also, the reality is, all those captains, Villeneuve might be getting upset with them, but all those captains are also having to deal with the fact that their fleet, they're dealing with crews which are inexperienced, crews which are growing rusty, crews which don't have enough proper sailors on them, experienced sailors. So they've got officers manning some of the topsails. It's not a really good fleet. At 5:40 a.m. on the 21st of October, the Nelson's force was about 21 miles to northwest of Cape Trafalgar, and the Franco-Spanish fleet was between the British and the Cape. At 6 a.m., Nelson gave the order to prepare for battle. At 8 a.m., the British frigate Euryalus which had been watching the combined fleet, observed the British fleet was still forming lines in which it would attack. At 8 a.m. also, Villeneuve orders the fleet to wear together and return to Cadiz. This reversed the order of the Allied line and placed the rear division, which had been under the command of Dumas Le Pellet, who frankly was not Villeneuve's first choice to be in the front, in the vanguard. At this point, the wind decides not to help them, and it shifts direction quite frequently and makes maneuvering virtually impossible for all but the most experienced naval officers, who are mostly the Spanish ones, and the crews. And this is why the French fleet goes from being a line to a crescent. Honestly, if Villeneuve had held his style, kept his fleet in line, and kept going, it might not have taken place on the 21st of October. He might have even made it through to Gibraltar. Unfortunately, if he made it to Gibraltar, then Nelson could probably have called an Ord squadron, and again could have got an increase in ships. He might also find Louis' squadron, because the convoy wasn't that far away, and a frigate could have been sent to jump to that squadron and go, "Hello, we need your ships. Do you want to come back and block Gibraltar?" So it's not a good scenario. They're sailing to trouble whichever happens to go, unless they get very lucky. By 11 a.m., Nelson's entire fleet is theoretically visible to Villeneuve. But remember, Villeneuve does expect Nelson's fleet to be bigger. Yes, he might have had the intelligence, but he does also expect there to be more ships. He doesn't expect his intelligence to be 100% accurate. And Villeneuve's fleet is irregularly spaced. Its formation is spread out over nearly 5 miles as Nelson's fleet approaches. They're in irregular groups, and the British are watching us and thinking, "Oh my God, what are we facing? This doesn't look like an organized force." I think actually, possibly some of the captains right. They either thought it was some sort of plan of sort of ships acting as almost squares, where you have a group of ships together as a firing square, like infantry form square against cavalry, so that they could protect each other against the British columns coming in. Or they were just a disorganized rabble. So they found out when they get closer they're a disorganized rabble. And what's even more strange is as they approach, Nelson can't make out which are the flagships, as none of the ships are flying their command pennants on the Franco-Spanish side. So there are 30,000 men and 2,500 guns to his 17,000 men and roughly 2,100 guns. And on your maths night, you're sitting there going that they should win, but they don't. And it's at 11:45 a.m. that Nelson sends the signal, "England expects that every man will do his duty." And I think, honestly, to me, that is sent at that point because he's trying to make sure the morale stays high, because he needs morale to be high for this. Because there is a real risk that ships are going to get doubled or even trebled on because of the superiority of Franco-Spanish numbers. But thanks to people like Dumas, it's not going to happen. Now, again, there is various options for what they expect, and as has been pointed out, he does originally say to Mr. Pascoe, the officer he's using to set up the signals, England confides that every man will do his duty, but they can't find it, and they use expects, because Pascoe goes, "I can't find this, but I can use I've got the expects in the vocabulary, and confides must be spelt." And his lordship replies in haste, and he goes, "Yes, that's Nelson going, yeah, that's fine." And it, unlike when we see it here, if we go back here, it wouldn't have been thrown on all the masts at the same time. It would have been shown on the mizzen mast and required 12 lifts. So each combination, each of these would have to be flown up there, sent up, then brought down, then sent up, brought down. So it's quite a big task. Of course, on that one. Now let's answer questions. Seymour, as a signal officer, he should have found himself a decent petty officer to actually do it. That would have been sensible, but Seymour didn't really understand what he was doing. Graham Hunter, also the UK had such only been in existence for 4 or 5 years. Naval try to take time to change. Probably haven't invented flags yet. And look, World War II, Admiral Somerville? Yes, that was the other officer who Beatty could have had instead of Seymour. Lucas Junch, can we blame Beatty for Seymour's suicide? I would say he doesn't support the officer, so yes. He allows all the blame to be put on it. Thanks, George Newman. Considering Land 74 was already a thing, I wonder why Navy took a while longer to adopt them to shipboard. It's actually mounting it on ship and working out a system for it to be used and making sure that they can see it. And they use lights at night. Frank Spinner, Dr. C, if Nelson had this fleet at the Battle of Lisa, could he still win? If Nelson had this fleet at the Battle of Lisa, possibly, but there's explosive shells and all sorts of things that could have been issues at Lisa. Lisa is a different age. Susan, explosive shells exist in land use in the Napoleon area. Did anyone consider using the ships? They did, but they hadn't yet got them there. It takes a while to start putting these things into service on ships. Mainly because you have to work out how you're going to store them. How are they affected by salt water? Because the last thing you want is an explosive shell which degrades with the salt in the air and goes off in your own hull and takes your own ship out. Continue. If accurate to say, as I read it, the Villeneuve correctly anticipated Nelson's tactics and tried to form a double stack line to counter it. That was one of his ideas. Is the rumor that about the chain that closes Gibraltar true? Depends which rumor you're talking about of the chain. Frank Someone, does anyone know if Villeneuve here is related to the one making the Dune movie? I'm not sure. I honestly don't know. So Villeneuve was down. It's like 9683. So Villeneuve was damned if he did and damned if he didn't. Pretty much. Strelin, if you could pick a frigate to watch this battle from, which one would you choose? Oh. If I was in any frigate at the Battle of Trafalgar, I would probably pick Phoebe, but that's mainly because there is a high likelihood that I am related to her first officer. Because we have some tradition which suggests we were. But we're not 100% sure, because he was a brother of the one line we came down. It's one of those things. As a naval historian, I should probably do the checking on that and find out the details. But honestly, when it comes to family history, I enjoy the stories and just go, I have no idea if it's true or not. I'm not bothering to look. I like the story. Because also it doesn't really impact. I wouldn't write it in a history book. It's just a family history. And that's the thing. As a historian, you always have to have, to an extent, an idea of what's your family history, what's your professional history. And when you start merging those lines, that's when you end up with issues usually, because family history can be all sorts of things and issues. Too much. Well, they did try mortar shells, but very difficult to hit a moving ship. Very difficult. That's good. Reese Seymour's suicide, more than just allowing the blame to be placed on Seymour. BT actively encouraged Seymour's peers and superiors to place it there. Ruined his career. Yeah. Anything to save himself. Colin Cameron, which of the prizes was it that was offered back to the French post-World War II, refused to then sunk? I honestly can't remember. Toshisu Vachel. BT dumped Seymour when he asked to marry BT's niece, at which point BT forbade him to see the girl again, then refused to see Seymour again. There are so many stories around there. If Nelson has 1 hour to sink the Franco-Spanish fleet with only one ship, and the choice to use the most insane, stupidly overkill ship possible, what would it be? Does he have to pick a ship from this period? Because honestly, he'd probably pick HMS Victory and just go for it with that. But he'd probably not try to do it with one ship. If he was going for a modern ship, you wouldn't want a Ticonderoga-class cruiser. Nicest way, the modern 5-inch guns, etc., would not be good at taking out a ship at a line. They just punch through and make holes. You'd be doing it for ages. It would be very wasteful and take a long time, especially in an hour. No, you want something with more guns, but that will take them out. So this is going to sound strange. Probably either an Atlanta class, but probably knowing him, he'd go for one of the ships named for what his period was. So he'd probably go for HMS Naid, a Dido class cruiser. The 5.25s would soon get, especially on anti-aircraft setting, would probably actually be set off by the wooden walls. Cassian, what technology developments do you think Nelson would have found most interesting between his time and now? Oh, he would have loved communications and satellite communications. He would also liked satellite reconnaissance. I could see him being a big fan of aircraft carriers once they got viable. That would suit his style of warfare. Knight Secretary, why was Redoubtable sunk? Why was Sanders Trinity scuttled? And why did Achille explode catastrophically? Knight, I will get to those things, but you're asking all those questions. We haven't even got the ships haven't even started fighting each other yet. Okay, there's a time I will get to those. How did the French Redoubtable lose so many crew? 80%. She basically got turned into a pinata. You have to remember one of the problems with this battle is that the French ships especially are trained to fire on the up side of the roll. So they shoot at the masts and the rigging, which is great for disabling your enemy to get away. The British ships are trained to fire at the downside of the roll, so they shoot into the hull. They smash into the hull. That's what they're aiming for. And yes, they occasionally take out the rigging, but they're aiming for the hull, which kills also the crew. Because that's good for boarding them and taking them as prizes. And that's honestly the difference between fight. The French are fighting to run away. The British are fighting to win. Trouble is, Dirt Squad, is that a T-class submarine doesn't carry enough torpedoes to sink the Franco-Spanish fleet. It would run out of torpedoes, or it ran out of enemy targets. Right. So let's get into this battle as it goes. They now reached 11:45. Now, as I've already said, the Franco-Spanish fleet are in a ragged curve lying to the north, and the British fleet are approaching in two columns. Yeah, that's the right one. That was almost worrying. Anyway. Nelson is leading the Windward column in victory, and Collingwood is in the Royal Sovereign leading the Leeward column, the southern one. As the columns approach from west at nearly a right angle to the line, Nelson sort of feints towards the van of the Franco-Spanish fleet and then abruptly turns towards the actual point of attack he's aiming for. Collingwood altered the course of his column slightly so that the two lines would converge at this line of attack. The idea was that the Royal Navy's two columns would, rather like a Napoleonic plan of fleet, approach separate but then fight united in the center of the Franco-Spanish fleet. Collingwood, at this point, turns to his officers and says, "Now, gentlemen, let us do something today which the world may talk of hereafter." Villeneuve, at this point, sends the signal, "Engage the enemy," and Forgue fires her first trial shot at the Royal Sovereign. Royal Sovereign, of course, is benefiting from the fact that she'd recently had her bottom cleaned, had all sails out, and honestly, I'm fairly sure Collingwood was shouting encouragement at the top of his voice, even though it couldn't be heard, to get her moving as fast as she could. At one point, she's under fire from Forgue, Indomitable, San Justo, San Leandro, and then breaks the line just astern of Admiral Alva's flagship, the Santa Ana, into which she fires a double-shotted raking broadside. Now, double-shotted means you've loaded those cannons with 2 balls in each gun. So, you have a broadside of 50. Say, 52, roughly. He fires 104 balls into the Santa Ana. And they are fired in a raking broadside. So literally, if you've seen the movies when they do it on the episodes of Hornblower, where there is a gunnery officer literally watching down the line, going fire, jumping to the next one, fire, jumping to the next one, fire, jumping to the next one, fire. Instead of them all firing at once, boom, they're firing as they get into position. So balls after balls are crashing into the back of Santa Ana, which is just demolishing her crew and demolishing the ship. At which point, Nelson points to the Royal Sovereign and says, "See how that noble fellow Collingwood has carried his ship into action." And Collingwood turns to Rotherham, talking about his friends. "What would Nelson give to be here doing this?" They're in the middle of a battle, and the two friends are talking about each other. The second ship in the British League column, Belle, is engaged by L'Ange, Aquile, Neptune, and Forgue. She's dismasted and unable to maneuver and largely unable to fight, but keeps flying her flag for 45 minutes until following British ships can actually rescue her. During this time, Royal Sovereign is continuing on with her merrily killing rage. Basically, Royal Sovereign is just going, "I'm leading by example. I will get into the middle of the Spanish fleet, and my aim is to beat Malta's record." There was a 5-on-1 for Malta, and she came out with 2 captured ships. Come on, 6, 7 ships. I want all of you on me. This is Basically, I think all the Royal Navy ships have been talking about what Malta had done at Finisterre, and all the ships were going, you know what, we can beat that. No, she only had 5. We can take on more than 5. Victory herself is under fire for 40 minutes from Heros, Santissima Trinidad, Redoutable, and Neptune until she can respond. And she had to be steered from a tiller below decks because the crew who were manning the tiller on the deck were actually blown away so quickly often. 12:45, she cuts the enemy line between Villeneuve's flagship Bossensure and the Redoutable. And she does exactly the same as Royal Sovereign did to the Santa Ana. She does to the Bossensure stern. A raking broadside. And there's a debate as to whether it's double shot or not. I think probably it was, knowing Nelson and Nelson Collingwood. They seem to go for similar tactics. In fact, it's so dangerous that Villeneuve thinks that boarding is going to take place and takes the eagle of his ship in his hand and tells the men, I will throw it onto the enemy ship and we will take it back there. However, Victory then goes on to engage the Redoutable. Bossensure is left to the next 3 ships of the British One column, Temeraire, Conqueror, and HMS Neptune, who are all basically going, hello, we'd like that eagle, please. We want it. Give it to us. Give us an eagle. A general meleeing ensues. Victory locks marks with the Redoutable, whose crew actually included an infantry corps with 3 captains and 4 lieutenants. So they had a couple of companies of infantry aboard. Which gathered for an attempt to board and seize Victory. And it's at this point that Nelson is hit in the left shoulder, and it passes through his spine and the 6th and 7th thoracic vertebrae, lodging 2 inches below his right scapula in the muscles of his back. He's carried below decks. They cover his face while he's being carried below decks, and this, of course, is rather appropriate for this time because there's a picture of him being shot. Victory's gunners are called on deck to fight the boarders, and so she ceases firing. The gunners are forced below decks by French grenades, and as the French are preparing to board Victory, Temeraire, the second ship behind her, approaches from the starboard bow of the Redoutable and fires on the exposed French crew with carronades loaded with grape shot. Basically massacres them. At 13:55, the French captain Lucas of the Redoutable, with only 99 men fit out of the crew of 643, and it's mostly thanks to Temeraire and her carronades, because they were all massed on deck to board Victory and take Victory, and the carronades just shoot through them. Surrenders. Bossensure is at this point, is isolated by Victory and Temeraire, and is then also engaged by Neptune, Leviathan, and Conqueror. At the same time, Santissima Trinidad is isolated and overwhelmed and surrenders after 3 hours. As basically the British ships enter the battle, and remember, they're entering the battle at the pace of sail, which is a little bit faster than walking pace, but not much faster. The Allied centre gets more and more chocked up. And the Allied van basically don't do much. You know, Delmar is legging it as soon as he makes we turned, we fired, we couldn't do anything, we couldn't get back there because of the wind, and then it goes away. So basically, he proves everything Napoleon wrote about him right. The British managed to take 22 vessels of the Franco-Spanish fleet and lose none. They capture Langy, Angleseres, Berwick, Bossensure, Forgo, Intrepid, Redoutable, and Swifter. I.e., they recaptured 2 of their own ships. The Spanish ships taken were Argonauta, Bahama, Monaca, Neptuna, San Agustin, San Divisor, San Juan Nepomuceno, Nepomuceno, Santissima Trinidad, and Santa Ana. Redoutable sinks. Santissima Trinidad and Argonaut scuttled by the British because they're worried that they don't think they're going to be able to save them, and they think that they don't want the Spanish to try and get them back. Achille explodes. Intrepid and San Austin are burnt, and Lajau, Berwick, Forgo, and Monaca were wrecked in a gale following the battle. The battle is a classic case of focus. And I was trying to work out how to say it in my head because I've got notes written, but honestly, it sounds a bit brutal. But the British used their superior veterancy, experience, and understanding of the sea, the fact their capabilities at sea, they learned to overwhelm the French. Yes, they were outnumbered, but they operated in such a way that meant that in the end, whilst they initially outnumber, and that's why you get the damage on victory. That's why you get Nelson probably killed, because him and Collingwood are leading from the front, and it's the surprise in many ways that Collingwood survives. He's just as richly decorated on his chest as Nelson is, and there are a few close scrapes for him. But they both lead from the front, and the thing is, as the battle goes on, and as this painting actually really quite well illustrates, you start to see that there's a concentration, and the British achieve an overwhelming force. Whilst on paper, the French and the Franco-Spanish fleet should have been able to actually achieve the doubling and trebling up. In actual fact, the British achieved the doubling and trebling up. And by the time more ships from the Franco-Spanish fleet get into it, by the time the rear gets into the fight with the centre, a lot of the centre's already been broken. This is why they managed to gather it up. Do you think there's a useful comparison made between Nelson's acceptance expects and overconfident and confides, and Jellicoe's change from southeast to SEB in the Jutland point? I think they both understand they need to make changes, and they accept what the reality is. And they don't require life to be perfect and things to go to exactly to their plan. They will deal with the changes. I have visions of Collingwood blowing hard at the sails to try to go faster, and possibly seeing if they can repaint the ship red so it goes faster. Honestly, if he thought it would work, I wouldn't be surprised if Collingwood would have. Distinguished, double shotted also often has a first irregular ball and next layer 5 to 6 straight balls. Oh, yes, it often is, especially once you're into battle, once you're closer range. For your initial strike, you're often going for 2 regular balls. That's what most of them seem to be doing. And as you're pointing out, great balls being about a third or quarter of the diameter of a regular ball. True. Frank, was this battle inside land? Not really. It's off Cape Trafalgar, but it's a long way from Cape Trafalgar. Yes, or bar shot with one set of half balls with an iron ball between them and a chain. There's all sorts of nasty options they can use, but they go. I know with Collingwood that he does go with double shot. He goes with the purest double shot. The reason he has a reason for that when he's facing the bigger ship, because he's wanting to punch holes in the ship and turn it to splinters. His policy is he wants to make splinters the whole way through the ship. And the thing is, bar and chain are very good for taking down masts, etc. And the smaller shots are very good for clearing decks. But if you want to make shrapnel of basically the ship's own hull, splinters the whole way through it, firing from end, you want to go with solid ball shot, especially for your first hit. Once you've made the holes, go for the rest. That's fine. But once you to make the holes, you want to go for the solid balls. And as Stingwish said, usually chain and bar are shot for dismasting chase, not for close quarters. They can be used in close quarters when you don't want the enemy to get away. Don't forget, they can be drawn out. The British doctrine might not have been to tend to fire on the down roll rather than the up roll, but they knew exactly about firing on the up roll, and now Phoenix seems to have made use of those sort of shots which you need to do. Frank Swanner, how did the French get the ships to run to British? In the case of HMS Swiftsure, she was surrounded by Guntermore and 3 other ships, with 3 ships, pretty much, I think. He used 3 third rates against 1 British third rate, and they managed to capture her. if Santa Trinidad had become a British ship, whose flagship would she have been? Possibly they'd have given her to Collingwood, because he was in the Mediterranean. So it's kind of like HMS Ville de Paris is Cornwallis's flagship. Yeah, just to remind the French exactly what happens if they come to fight. The flagship of the Channel Fleet is HMS Ville de Paris, named for a ship the British had captured. Supposedly, the blood on Nelson's uniform was actually his prize officers. He was cut in half, and Nelson fell in a pool of blood when he was shot. Potentially. The RN had concentration of force. See German invasion of France in 1940. True, but also see how Napoleon likes to fight. It isn't a new concept at this point down for him. The thing is, it's been around for a long time. Steamers, most of the captured 74s were caught with their fingers down when a squadron came along or came out from port when the blockade was scattered by a storm. 968 It has to be bad luck to survive the battle, only to fall victim to a storm. It was certainly not fun. It was Monarch at the time. At this time, what was their response to the battle? The Monarch during the War of the Third Coalition, I think was George the Third, but let me just check. I think it's George the Third. I think it's George the Third. I'm fairly certain it is. I'm not sure why. Yeah, it is George the Third. Sorry, Georges. There are so many of them. You always have to be careful with their numbers. You always have to be sure. George III's reaction, I think, was quite happy about this battle. Was quite happy about it succeeding and its success, and pretty much the other option. The whole success rate was pretty darn useful. Right then. So the battle is over. Nelson's dead, but they've won. And this is the first point you sort of realize that the Spanish and the Franco-Spanish fleet loses 21 ships of the line captured, 1 ship of the line destroyed. And it's what's always scary is when you look at the kill rate. The fact is that the Franco-Spanish force lose 4,395 killed, 2,541 wounded, 8,000 up to captured. The British, 458 killed, 1,208 wounded. And honestly, when I look at it, I would say this. if the Royal Navy had had more ships present, you would probably have had less Royal Navy deaths and far more Franco-Spanish ones. Because if you had those ships, and this is, I know this is a what if history, but this is part of it you need to consider it. The British were confident enough in their fleet strength that they did detach Louis' squadron, that Nelson did allow Calder to go home with the 98 gun. HMS Prince of Wales. But if he kept that, if he hadn't lost Louis' squadron, he would have had 33 ships. Even if Calder hadn't stayed, he would have had 2 more rear admirals. He could have put Louis. He just quite happy to use Louis for a detached squadron, so he could have quite happily used Louis as a column leader, and he probably would have, or might have used Knowles. He might, whoever's there, he could have used, and he could have carried out this operation with 6 more ships. What do I think he'd have done with those 6 ships? I think, honestly, those 6 ships would have been in possibly 6 ships, maybe 7 ships would have been in a column heading towards the van. I think he would have had a 3rd column. And you have to remember that in many ways, Nelson designs his column and is forming his columns up when he thinks that the Franco-Spanish fleet is trying to get to Gibraltar and trying to get away from him that way, not come back to Cadiz. So he starts forming up before they turn around. So if you think about it from that way, Nelson's column was supposed to be aiming for was supposed to be aiming for the center, but Collingwood's column was supposed to be aiming for the van. That's why it's heavier. That's why it got more powerful. Nelson is going in, and Nelson's decided his squadron. He's going in literally to aim himself at Beaucenteur. He's going in to take out the flagship. He is doing a decapitation strike. That is Nelson's plan. And he's got Collingwood, who's supposed to be hitting the van and rolling up the French fleet. But because the Franco-Spanish fleet is the other way around from it's supposed to be, they are the way they are. But as I said, if you have the 3rd column, then the battle gets even nastier. Because I do not see how Dumas gets away with a 3rd column there. And it divides fire even more. Possibly you still get the same things happen to Nelson as happened, but you might not. Because they're going to be that much more dealing with issues. Duckland 95. I love reading about George III when he was announced. Generally, the French-built ships were faster sailers than British ones, and since the French were usually at sea for shorter periods, had less seaweed on their bottoms to slow them down. Also, the French do build them to be faster. The British build their ships to be, honestly, more survivable, stand up better to storms, and be able to fight better when they get there. That's the point. The French build them to get there build their ships to get there as soon as possible, because in many ways they're a operation-led force rather than a sea control fleet like the Royal Navy is, and sea command, sea control. They're an operations fleet. Sail there, get there as quickly as possible, do what you have to do to get home, preferably before there's a sufficient Royal Navy there to cause you trouble. Oh, Richard, so what's the traditional beverage for toasting the immortal memory at supper? Port. And Steve, so lone blockade ship was prone to being caught by a squadron. Sometimes they catch a convoy. Was G3 removed? George III removed from power? Not really. There were all sorts of various issues, but honestly, he doesn't have much power. That's the thing about the constitutional monarchy. There is a reality of what power they have on paper and what power they have in reality. How did this defeat affect the French and Spanish navies? It gutted them. It gutted most. It took out a lot of their experienced officers. A lot of the people lost. And this is trouble. Okay, the people who most likely to die were the people who were on the top deck, who were officers, who were the senior officers, and who were usually the topman, the sailor, the best topman, the best sailors, the ones who you rely on going for the highest, high up the point, and assaulting the sails right at the top. So you're disproportionately losing your experienced sailors and your experienced officers. So it guts your fleet. Battles like this. Like the 30. Good Trafalgar. Night at this point, Doctor. I'm glad it's a good one for you. Right. So, that's the Battle of Trafalgar. Then comes Cosimo and MacDonald, basically the admirals. Try to make an attempt to recapture prizes. And they do get some success in recapturing prizes. They managed to what did they do? They managed to recapture some a couple of them, but they again don't have as much success as they'd like. And after the storm, Collingwood writes, the condition of our own ships was such that it was very doubtful that that would be their fate. Many a time I would have given the whole group of our capture to ensure our own. I can only say that in my life I never saw such efforts as were made to save these prize ships, and would rather fight another battle than pass through such a week as followed it to get those ships to Gibraltar. And the Allied counterattack didn't achieve much. It basically what it did was it forced the British to suspend their repairs to defend themselves, and influenced Collingwood's decision to sink or set fire to the most damaged of his remaining prizes. So Cosimo retakes 2 ships of the line, but it costs him a French and 2 Spanish vessels to do so. And as such, Santos Dumont, Trinidad, Argonauta, San Antonio, and Intrepid are all burnt or sunk to stop the French for the capture group getting them back, and because they can't be repaired in time. And 4 of the British prizes, Swiftsure, Bahama, San Indefensino, and San Juan Nepomuceno, Nepomuceno, survived to be taken to Britain. And after the end of the battle and the storm, there are only 9 ships of the line left in Cadiz. So, whether through capture, burning after capture, or losses in battle, the Franco-Spanish fleet has lost 24 ships. And I say this knowing that Dumois has got away, but Dumois doesn't get that far away. Remember, there's the Battle of Cape Ortegal after this, and then goes Dumois. So when Rosilia arrives in Cadiz, he finds only French ships, 5 French ships rather than the 18 he was expecting. And he can't really do anything with them. And eventually, when the issues happen between France and Spain, he ends up having to hand them over. So the French lose even those ships. Man. Done. And done. So, summary of the campaign. I've got that here. Let's answer some questions. Brian Larson, are you going to be participating Mondays on Chair Admirals? Yes, I am, and as will Kate Jameson and Drakenfell, I think. Frank Swanner, what's the name Trafalgar so from that children's streets and products were named after it? Yes, the streets and products. I don't think children. I don't think anyone named their children. They usually named their children Nelson. Sonic, what ship would have soloed the Franco-Spanish fleet the fastest out of all history? If you got an Iowa class with one of those nuclear shells, that would probably do it fairly quickly. But short of that, any of the rapid-firing 5-inch, 6-inch cruisers would probably have done it best. Duckland 95. Was Villeneuve the best French admiral at the time? If not, who was? Oh. Rosary might have been better, but we'll never know. He never actually gets to fight a battle. Gantamo has got some successes to his hand, but he spends his entire life held up in Brest. Honestly, Villeneuve is probably the best option, but he's not the one who should be. Basically, Napoleon should have listened to his more sensible instincts and gone, put a Spanish admiral in charge. Gravina would have been better. There are a whole host of Spanish admirals who would have been better than Villeneuve. It's a good bet that Jingles won't be there. Yeah, Jingles doesn't say. I haven't. This is the thing. I wanted to. One of the reasons I joined Armchair Admirals was I was looking forward to chatting with Jingles, and we never actually have managed to chat. But Jingles is cool. I watch a lot. I actually do listen to a lot of his videos because usually I use those to inform me more about the gameplay than my own qualities of gameplay and time gameplaying I allow myself to get. But you know. Were there any lucky cats on these ships? There were cats, dogs, all sorts of things on these ships. They had full animals. Some of them were carrying goats for milk. Dr. Clarke, please see Duckland 95's question above. I think I've answered that one on the animals. Oh no. The summary of the campaign. Honestly, it's freaking terrible. The whole plan on paper doesn't work. Lucky women. There were women at the Battle of Trafalgar. You know how we know that? Well, we know from the accounts they were there, but also there was a baby born at the Battle of Trafalgar. Literally, a baby was born during the battle. But yeah. But no, it'll be fun. Kate Jameson is going to be there. That's going to be cool. To be fair, I think he left Armchair Admirals because he didn't like. I'm not sure, but recently he's resigned. I think from wargaming and this stuff there because of in protest, but he actually, I think, decided to stop doing armchair admirals because he doesn't like doing lives. And I can understand that there's a different style. I approach lives like I do a university seminar. So I will talk and I will answer questions. Sometimes people don't like that when they listen to these videos. They go, "Oh, you're jumping all over the place," or, as one of them said I know earlier, sometimes I am quiet for a second because I'm reading a question and trying to compute it in my head and come with the answer. But I treat it like a seminar. And that's my response. Live to me is a seminar. So if you don't like my style or like my style, that's it's because I'm doing university seminar style, and I'm not really going to change because I've been taught to do seminar styles and run seminars for over a decade now. It would take a lot of effort for me to change, especially when you consider I still do run seminars. I still do that's part of my job, my regular day job, which I do for more hours than I do these, believe it or not. Although I do these for quite a long time as well. Don't worry, Steph. It's good that you pick these things up because it means I don't miss questions. Because that's the good thing about having you and Dan and the other admins in the chat. You do point out if I miss stuff. It makes me feel far more confident I don't miss anything. Especially to Vachel. The problem for Napoleon was he was head of state, so he had to do all sorts of weird stuff. I'll see what your next point is at and answer that in a second. Oh no, the French Revolution was harder on naval officer corps than the English. Yes, it was. But the English were fairly good. Any chance you're getting Kate on Bill Trumps? Let me tell you all a little story about that, and this is off topic. Originally, when we were organising Bilge Pumps, Kate was one of the people invited on. She was going to be one of the Bilge Pumps crew. Unfortunately, she was very busy, couldn't make it, and so the Bilge Pumps crew, as we know, was formed. But originally, it was going to have my idea was for it to have Kate Jameson as part of the crew. Originally, the idea was for it to have a team of 5 people, of which 3 would always be present, and therefore it would always be able to be run easily. As it turned out, it's turned into a core of 3 of us who we all love chatting each other. The other 2 we are still friends with and are more than welcome to ever join us if they want to. And Kate has a standing invitation to Bilge Pumps whenever she wants to join, but she's been busy. Next one. History is weird, Dr. Lark. Babies born in battles. There have been lots of them in history. You can do. I don't. Please, no one ask me on Patreon to do it because I have. It's a very, very weird topic. I did once have to do some research into, but there have been lots of babies born in naval battles. In the age of sail, it's not as uncommon as we might think it should be. I don't know who would want you to change the style. It's quite good. I'm glad you like it. As I said, it's my style. Colin Cameron found it. Duguay Tudron was offered to the French in 1947 and then sunk with explosive charge in 1949. Ree Jameson, the curse of the Bulge. I do wonder if that's it. I do wonder if that's the reason for the curse, because she couldn't make it. We are not going to be able to get a guest or a female guest on until she has made it. Because every time, and we have stopped mentioning it because it became almost a pastiche and we didn't want to keep doing it. But I arrange guests. And every time, I almost feel bad arranging it now because I can almost predict they will have something bad go wrong in their lives, which means they cannot show up. Every single time something happens. I have all sorts of great guests lined up, and then something's gone wrong in their lives. And I now feel bad arranging it. Anyway, the reason I got Kate Jameson's tweets up here is because, well, A, there's some cool top points, and B, she does a great thread pretty much every year. And it's this one. Villeneuve, to whom do I have the honour of surrendering? Captain Edgy, to Captain Pellew of the Conqueror. Villeneuve, I am glad to have struck to the fortunate Sir Edward Pellew. Captain Ashley, it's his brother, sir. Villeneuve, his brother? What? There are 2 of them? Hellas! And From a member of the crew, San Gian Niposencio, wrote an account of the injury of his commander, Don Cosme Cachura, who famously held his post as long as possible, despite an injury that would eventually kill him. He was returning to the quarterdeck when a cannonball hit his right leg with such violence as to almost take it off, tearing it across the thigh. He fell to the ground, but next moment made an effort to raise himself, supporting himself on one arm. His face was as white as death, but he said in a voice that was scarcely weaker than his ordinary tone, "It is nothing! Go on firing!" Esto no es nada, ciego de fuego. He did all that he could to conceal the terrible sufferings of his mangled frame. Nothing would induce him to leave the quarterdeck. Frank's Spider, let's see, how many naval battles were born in babies born in naval battles? Wait, not of patron. Well, okay, I haven't done an exhaustive study, and I will say that, but when I was looking, because I was helping a friend who was attempting to do various social histories of Navy, pretty much their policy, their thing was, I think I found accounts that variously claim roughly during the Age of Sail alone, and the Age of Sail I'm talking about is from about 1650 to about 1850. You have roughly 100 babies born in battles, or born either immediately before or after battles in their so they're considered as being born in battles. And that's mainly taken from male babies, because male babies become eligible for medals for being in the battles, whereas female babies won't be considered fighting. So it could actually be higher than that. We don't know. Cam Single, did the baby try and claim the Trafalgar class with the naval GSM? The same way Daniel Mackenzie, born on the Glorious 1st of June, apparently tried to do so for that class. Yes, and like Daniel Mackenzie, I think they both got it. They were at the battle. That was the requirement. The problem for Napoleon was he head of state, so he had to be seen to be having personal victories, so subordinating French ships to a Spanish admiral would leave him very vulnerable at home. He was only just emperor, and therefore not as safe in his position as he was after Austerlitz, similar to the situation in 1813, where he needed to be seen to be the one winning to keep a hold in Paris. I agree, but he puts a Latvian admiral, a Dutch admiral, in charge of the barges which are to carry him across the channel. So, if he's got that, if he's confident enough to put a Dutch guy in charge of his barges, admittedly he'd be there to take personal credit himself. You do wonder why he couldn't pick a better admiral to take command of his combined fleet. And thank you for the super chats. As mentioned earlier, tax bill coming. No, I should be okay. I should be okay. I've got a budget. I'm fine. I wasn't expecting it quite so big. The government have put up the various national insurance contributions again, and so that threw off my sums, but not by that much. I was actually quite glad. My sums were not that far dissimilar to my accountants, which is quite good time, for me, considering historian. Yes, Pete, was the command staff on board each ship known about the women on board? Yes, most of them were their wives. It was quite common for officers to have their wives with them on their ships, and for occasionally for chief petty officers and senior. Let's be honest, you're probably not going to be a junior seaman and have your wife on the ship, but a petty officer or a lieutenant or even a captain, quite often, yeah, could have his wife and kids on his ship. Nothing. I can't think what it is about the events of naval action that might bring on Labour. Nothing at all. I agree. I'm not surprised. What did the person want to do for the rest of their lives? Santa Canary. They joined the Navy, most of them. Most of them ended up being sailors, and some of them actually even became officers. Something worryingly, the stats suggest that in the under chronic stress situation, the tendencies for girls to be born. Small observation study on Israeli fighter pilots' children, which was something ridiculous like 80% rather than a normal 50-50 ratio. Hmm. Thanks for that, Asado. Thanks, sorry, but Dr. C, all this is for the Clarke Charity Fund or Iron Brew Fund. It is, but I am setting up things. I'm going to professionalize the backdoor office of this because, yeah, life is fun. Oh no, it's fine. It's one of those things. It's going to sound strange. This has been far more successful than I thought it would be, which has allowed me to fund research and do all sorts of things, which is amazing, and it's going to keep going. But because it's been more successful than I thought it was going to be, I've only now started and put sort of the things in place to run it. So it's been all being considered as part of my personal income. So therefore, it's charged at income tax rates. I don't mind. It's life. And I have the money now. In fact, it's come at a better time for me because I'm back earning back earning more money with universities, and I'm working on this, and hopefully it's going to boost up my research. And it's the bills coming in January, when honestly I wasn't planning on going anywhere in January, so that's fine. Thanks on all this is for the Clarke Charity Fund. Okay. So much, Dan. That is a bizarre. As gender happens a deception. Apparently, it means that premature babies are more likely to be female. Not sure. Dan might answer that one. I think it is to do with stress experienced by the male contributor at the time of conception. That's just that's just going on there. This, Dan, sounds like it would be a thing which we will actually have to get you on bilge pumps to discuss if you're prepared to do some more research. Get a proper medical doctor and actually have this as a discussion. It could be interesting. I think it could become the bilge pumps episode, which everyone's listening to going, what? Subtons, Dr. Clarke, Petra in my town just went up to $1.45 because a beacon is supposed to jump by now 50% price as well. Slight repeat of history going on? Yeah, I expect it to go up. I expect inflation to hit the moment. Inflation often happens upfront. Duncan 95. Well, Boris has just cancelled fishing rights for the French, so maybe soon we will be at war again with Aquitaine. If it's another Franco-British war, then it's just gonna be sad for everyone involved, and it probably won't be that good for the French because this is gonna sound terrible, but their fleet's still divided in two, and they still have Gibraltar between them. Depends what the Spanish do. If the Bourbon alliance reflames itself, then we might have trouble. So in other words, we should start ordering off your Amazon so it's not taxed. No, that's still that. Let's put it this way: this will all soon. It's all going to be going soon through. I've organized it and professionalized it. And the reason I'm professionalizing it is because I want to do more. I want public liability insurance so I can do it. Because currently, when I go and do public filming, Drac tends to come with me because he's got public liability insurance and because he's also got all the camera gear and is really nice and really helpful. And so we go off and do that together. And that's a lot of fun. But I'd like my own public liability insurance, so if he's busy, I can still go and do the work. And for that, I need to set up a company, and I need to set up all these things and sort of that. And it's all being done. It's all being. It's a case of when this started off as it's done. It started off during COVID when I couldn't do these things, so I wasn't thinking about them. And now it's grown, and it's reached the point at which I need to do something about it. So I have come up with a plan. I've chatted with Drac, and I've chatted with other people who've done this, and I've worked it out, and I'm setting it up. Rather like I did with Patreon and have done with the Spreadshirt saw. And Nelson in the Battle of Trafalgar. I've taken my time, I've thought about what I needed to do, and I've come up with a plan of action, and I'm doing it. Slowly, but it's being done. Thank you for Super Chat. Knight 681, when did the UK stop using armed merchant cruisers? Well, they used them the whole way through World War II, so after World War II was over. Colin Cameron, thanks for reminding me. I need to get my tax return filmed then. Honestly, I have to have, because of the amount of universities I work for and the various things I do and the various outcomes, the forms are just get multiply and become a nightmare, and this is why I have an accountant. And I'm very lucky I have a very good accountant who does sort of specialize in supporting historians and academics. And they have sorted out the things for me quite greatly, and yeah, done pretty well. So I'm quite lucky, happy done. I do check the sums, but I always get them to do it for me because they know the forms far better than I will ever do. Again, first lesson of history and first lesson of life, you're not going to be an expert in everything in life, and you don't have the time to be. There is an old saying which is Jack of all trades, master of none. But that, of course, goes on to say a jack of all trades is a master of none, but oftentimes better than a master of one. That's true, but you still can't, because if you're just the master of one skill, you then are limited to that, and if there's no people who employ that, you're in trouble. So, but you don't want to. A jack of all trades is a problem. What you want to really be is a master of a couple of trades. So you've always got employment, you can spread yourself around, but you have enough money, you therefore earn the good money in those trades. That's what I tend to do. That's my policy anyway. Lucas Jones, has Viltrum's done an episode on the impact of software development on naval construction? Not yet. We've got one planned, but we haven't done it. Dan Freeman, always happy to come on. Although, if you want better, I know 2 kick-ass RN doctors. I think you might know at least one. I possibly do. I know a fair number of them. Johanna, Frank English, kings did claim to be kings of France as well. At different points, yeah. Subton, coming also, but taxation is theft, especially when they spend on nations other than which is meant to fund. I would always argue, and this is what I tend to argue about things like foreign aid, etc., is if foreign aid is well spent, you stabilize and improve other countries, so you have better trading partners, which tends to improve your own economy and their economy. It's enlightened self-interest, really. However, foreign aid can also be badly spent and become a huge source of corruption. The trick is to watch it, maintain good checks on it, but also be flexible with it. For example, did any European royalty move to America? I think royalty has moved across America, but mostly it's usually smaller, lower levels down the branches who are moving there to find a new life. Oh, good lord, Stafford. That sounds just complicated. Thank you, Bijan. Enjoyed listening. Interesting Ocean Victory had a kindergarten like the Enterprise D. Yeah, this is the point. Star Trek isn't that unusual when it's got children on the ships. Duckland95. What type of ships would armed merchant cruisers be? What type of ships would make armed merchant cruisers, and how effective would they be against, for example, the Somalia or Kin and Niger Delta, where ships are being hijacked a lot? Well, used to be used cruise liners and ships like that. These days, honestly, you'd probably use a small container ship. And they'd be basically, they're there as presents. Just go, you see us? We've got guns. Don't take us on. Take care, Concentratinus. Oh, I am back. Say goodbye. Well, take care. I'm not getting into that, Frank, but I'm avoiding that quite quick. We meet again, Dr. Jones. Is a quote. Austro-Hungary start with the 1848 to 49 Hungarian Revolution and freedom fight. Oh, I'm not getting into that stuff. The spending of spending of the British government annoys me enough sometimes. Seneca, the children of the Victory Kindergarten were the powder monkeys. Well, you do have some very young boys aboard for powder monkeys as well, and some have grown up to it. And some of the powder monkeys might be little girls, which I know shocks people sometimes. But here's the thing: if you have children born on ship and they're girls, they're gonna grow up on the ship, and they might not stay on the ship. The mum might move ashore with the daughters when they are about 5 or 6, or they might move ashore before then. You don't know. But the thing is, you have to remember there isn't housing for families ashore, so you have to be quite a while off if you're going to afford them. But there are useful things for having female women on ship. They can be very useful when it comes to fixing sails and all those things. And so there are ways to get around it. There doesn't tend to be a large population, and it doesn't tend to be on frigates. Not on the smaller ships, but on the larger ships of the line, occasionally. Things which have more gradation in terms of ranking. I'd say, what ship would be worthy to bear the name HMS Victory? It would have to be a carrier these days. It couldn't be you wouldn't want an SSBN with Victory on it. An SSBN file is not Victory. That's basically we're all making sure we all lose. That's the point about nuclear deterrent. It's an everyone loses system, so don't use it and don't go nuclear. Take care, John Shea. There will be another long patrol produced on this tomorrow. Alternate history. Commander Jeffrey Spicer Simpson was at Trafalgar. What ship does he claim to have taken out first? Oh, good lord, I'm not even getting into that one. Probably claim every ship. Right. So, thank you very much, everyone. It is now nearly 11 o'clock, and I should probably start to head in. Probably, he says. And I will do in about... I'll answer the questions and check out, make sure the questions are answered, and make sure I've said thank you to everyone for watching and take care. But then I will go in for the evening, because tomorrow morning I have to record something called bilge pumps at about 1000 hours, because we're talking with various people from across the world tomorrow. We are doing the Bonhomme Richard. Frank, I want to see Jeremy Clarkson give commentary as this battle happens. Oh, good lord. Jeremy Clarkson commenting on this battle will be interesting. He basically going, and the French up, and the Spanish up. Jess P, were the girls win paid? Interesting question. The answer is, it's complicated, because the thing is, they're not supposed to be officially be on the books. But if they're doing work on the ship, then captains can well find a way around this. They might get paid by the sailors they're doing the work for. I.e., if they're mending their clothes and those sort of things, then the sailors and officers might pay them themselves. So they get paid a step away from the ship's books. Or you could find a way to put them on the pay slips by creative accounting. It's a complicated thing. Basically, if anyone gives you a straightforward yes or no answer, then they are simplifying it greatly. It's not again, and it does depend on the women's station. If they are the wives and daughters of officers, especially the wife and daughter of admirals or captains on aboard, probably not. But they probably don't need to be. Would HMS Incomparable have been nuclear deterrent if a day if built? Potentially. She certainly would have been something which everyone would have had to worry about. Anyway, take care, Bijon. Thank you, Frank Sparto. Let's see. Thank you, Captain C4. Thank you, Knight 6831. Thank you, Jared Kron. Hello, thank you. Duckland95, thank you. And thank you, Zachary Gherkin. Thank you, Steph Thompson. Thank you, Jess P. Thank you, Melanie1640. Thank you, Calvin Gasberg. Thank you, Frank Spardo. Thank you, Dan Freeman. Thank you, Steve Windish and Steph Thompson. Especially Stafford and Dan for doing all the work you've been doing as admins. Thank you. I've been noticing all the work. Thank you. I know how hard you two work when you're doing the admin duty, and it does make my life a lot easier. Thank you, Greg Salsky. Thank you, Cascadian. Glad you've enjoyed it. I hope you continue to enjoy them. There are lots to come. As I said, we have live, the big live, of course, as the patron one we have on Sunday, which is Thrawn and Tarkin in the High Seas Fleet. That's fun. That's turning into a lot of fun. Take care, Seneca Nero. Thank you, Grace Salsky, and thank you, everyone. And thank you, Carl von Gasbag. Praise be to the latter-day biplane. Actually, thinking of that, I'm going to have a play around with HMS Africa because I have an idea for making a t-shirt from her. And I think you'll like that. So that could well be the next design which comes out on the shot, a spreadshirt shot, an HMS Africa themed one. All right. Thank you very much, everyone. Take care. And have a nice evening. Take care, Vision. Thank you, Anuk, and thank you, everyone. Take care. Thank you, Alfie Rowe. Take care, everyone. Bye. Oh. Thank you, Liga 30. Take care. Take care, everyone. And Jay Clayton, thank you. Take care. I hope you enjoy. Oh, Jay Clayton, thanks for your first live chat. Thank you. I hope you enjoyed it. And take care, Night 6831. These are university lectures. I guess I'm the student who jumps ahead. That's fine. I tend to deal with them quite the same way I deal with you, which is just a case of I'll get to that question later. It's fine. You've asked your question. I know it's coming later, and I'll make sure it's answered later. It's always good to have the questions in store for later in case the chat goes quiet. Well, it's rare that happens here. It happens more often in seminars. Take care, Andrew Bend, Colin Cameron, everyone. Thank you. Thank you very much. Take care.